Senate will come to order. Please stand for the prayer. Today we will pause for a moment of silent prayer and reflection, and following that moment, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Secretary will take the roll.
Senators Abler, Anderson, Bach, Benson, Bigham, Carlson, Chamberlain, Champion, Clausen, Coleman, Swedzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Duckworth, Dietzick, Eaton, Eichhorn, Eakin, Fate, Franzen, Frenz, Gazelka, Goggin, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Ingebrigtsen, Isaacson, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson, Stewart, Kent, Kiffmeyer, Klein, Coran, Kunish, Lang, Latz, Limmer, Marty, Matthews, McEwen, Miller, Murphy, Nelson, Newman, Newton, Osmic, Pappas, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rest, Rosen, Rude, Senjum, Thomasoni, Torres Ray, Utke, Weber, Westrom, Uyghur, Wickland.
Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senators Anderson, Bigham, Carlson, Champion, Clausen, Coleman, Dibble, Fate, Goggin, Herr, Ingebrigtsen, Isaacson, Lang, Latz, Limmer, Matthews, McEwen, Newman, Newton, Osmic, Putnam, Senjum, Torres Ray, and Wickland. A quorum is present. We will begin on the agenda today with the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House refuses to concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 1952, a bill for an act relating to the operation of state government. The House respectfully requests that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed thereon. Nelson M., Zhang T., Mason, Greenman, and Nash have been appointed as such committee on the part of the House. House File Number 1952 is herewith transmitted to the Senate with the request that the Senate appoint a like committee. Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move that the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference committee on House File 1952, and that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
Discussion on the Kiffmeyer motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Next, we'll move to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move the committee report printed in the agenda be adopted.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. We'll move to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File Number 2128.
Second reading. We'll move to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate files listed in today's introduction calendar, or Senate file numbers 2477 to 2479. These Senate files are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Next, we'll move to the ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a brief recess for the purpose of appointing a conference committee.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Senate's in recess. Senate will come to order. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, is there a privilege report at the desk?
There is. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Gazelka from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be and they hereby are appointed as a conference committee on House File Number 1952. Senators Kiffmeyer, Lang, Curran, Howe, and Carlson. Senator Gazelka moves that the foregoing appointments be approved.
Discussion on the Gazelka motion read by the Secretary. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bill be made for special order for immediate consideration. House File 991.
Members, the bill up for consideration is number 109 on general orders, House File 991. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm glad and honored to present to you today the Minnesota Taxes Omnibus Bill. That is Senate File 961, and we'll be working off the House File 991 as these bills must originate in the House. But before I present the bill to you today, I must thank my Vice Chair, Senator Jeremy Miller, lead Senator Ann Rest, and committee members Senator Bach, Senator Chamberlain, Senator Coleman, Senator Klein, Senator Dietzich, and Senator Weber. And of course, the Property Tax Subcommittee, which has done phenomenal work under Chair Weber, is also included in this bill. And I'll let him introduce his property tax members as we get to that part of the bill. But members, we could not put together a bill of this magnitude without our expert Senate staff. And thanks is not enough for them, but we must thank them today. I thank them. I thank my right-hand committee administrator, Brian Steinhoff, my most resourceful committee legislative assistant, Madeline Hoy, the unstumpable researchers, Daniel Mickelberg for Republicans and Krista Broughton for Democrats, and of course then those indefatigable, nonpartisan counsels, Nora Pollock for income and sales tax issues, and Eric Sylvia, property tax increases. There was nothing that I asked them that they could not find an answer to and figure out. Pretty remarkable. And then our number gurus, Bjorn Arneson, legislative analyst, and Jay Wilms, fiscal analyst. Again, always there, always at the ready, no matter when, with answers, facts, and figures. So I thank them. They have been very generous with their time and gracious with their patience. And to the bill members, first, you must know that this omnibus tax bill does meet the Senate budget target with a fiscal impact of $533.4 million in fiscal year 22-23 and $180.4 million in fiscal years 24 and 25. Of that total, $681.5 million reflects tax relief. That's important for Minnesotans, particularly at this time. $52.3 million is for tax credits and property tax aids and credits. This bill delivers tax relief without raising taxes. Seems a bit of an oxymoron to talk about tax relief at a time of increasing taxes. This bill does not do that. By comparison, both the governor and the House tax bills propose over $1 billion in tax increases to support their tax relief and overall budget plans. Again, a bit of an oxymoron. Tax increases, tax relief. The governor includes a 10.85% fifth tier on the income tax, a tax on capital gains, and corporate tax increase. I'm sure we'll talk about those more today. And the House, not to be outdone, proposes an 11.15% fifth-tier income tax, as well as higher taxes on foreign-based income. You will not see those in our tax proposal today on the floor. As I said, this bill delivers tax relief without raising taxes. It prioritizes a tax response for COVID, particularly fully conforming to federal PPP tax treatment. It includes a bipartisan compromise on unemployment tax relief. It lowers the statewide property tax to reduce harmful double property tax on job creators who are just now struggling to emerge from the COVID economic recession. This supports Minnesota industries working to emerge. Some hit those the hardest during this time of pandemic, including high-tech, restaurants, brewers, and ethanol retailers. In addition, this bill targets other critical needs, including tax relief, to support housing, and it addresses the ongoing crisis of lack of adequate daycare throughout our state. We know that our economic recovery demands that moms and dads be able to get back to work. We need to make sure they have great child care for their children. Remaining provisions also include tax relief and reform for veterans, agricultural homesteads, and communities seeking to construct public safety facilities. Members, you will recall, and I will mention the first part of the bill does deal with federal conformity. And you will recall on this floor on March 11th, a strong bipartisan vote of 55 to 12 did pass that full PPP conformity. That was in Senate File 263. We call that an early action conformity. That was led by Senator Bach. Unfortunately, the House did not pick it up. That bill is included in the bill before you today. In addition, there is an inclusion of the Section 179 cleanup language, which allows those properties placed in service to also be included regardless of when that was placed in service, conforming to the feds. This bill also includes a modified educator expense deduction to include PPP expenses. In the income and corporate tax provisions, this bill allows an individual income tax subtraction equal to about 18% of those federal pandemic unemployment compensation benefits. Again, large bipartisan votes on those measures, 55 to 12. The bill also establishes a housing tax credit for contributions made to the Minnesota Housing Tax Credit Contribution Fund. It's a revolving loan fund. The issue of affordable housing is too big just for government members. The affordable housing tax credit brings in private investment as well, particularly well targeted at workforce housing. This was one of the top recommendations of the Housing Task Force several years ago under Governor Dayton. This bill extends the historic structure rehabilitation credit. Highly successful. We want to make sure that it does not sunset at this time. It is included with one additional year until we get past this very COVID time where so many of our resources are focused on that conformity. This bill also provides a temporary sales tax exemption to restaurants for those materials and supplies and equipment that they needed to adopt to those health guidelines that were changing as we knew more and more about the virus. And these businesses were shuttered, then they were opened at reduced capacity, some shuttered again. And so this provides a tax credit for those COVID-related materials, supplies, and equipment. This bill also provides a non-refundable ethanol tax credit for those ethanol retailers between 15 to 85% blends in tax year 2021 and ongoing. This is important not only for our ethanol producers, for our corn producers. Also, it has the added benefit of carbon sequestration as well. In addition, this bill extends the angel investor tax credit. We want to make sure that our high-tech, innovative, often in the healthcare field, innovations are able to continue. In fact, it is those innovations that have helped us recover more quickly from this pandemic. We want to make sure those innovators can continue. This bill also indexes the K-12 credit and subtraction to inflation. This is a Senator Rest proposal. This bill also includes the SALT provision. It's called the SALT cap parity provision that allows pass-through entities to also be able to file an option as a C Corp option for those SALT tax provisions. This bill provides a temporary tax credit for qualified brewers and retailers. Again, a relatively new business that has been growing and yet hit hard with the pandemic and needing to literally dispose of much of its liquor on the ground and other places. So this allows for spoilage for that. It also allows a subtraction for volunteer drivers. This was a Senator Howe bill. Senator Bingham, this was your bill, providing the previous bill temporary tax credit for qualified brewers and retailers. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Property Subcommittee, Property Tax Chair, Senator Bill Weber, to speak about those provisions from the Property Tax Subcommittee report.
Further discussion on House File 991, Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chair Nelson. Under the First, I should also indicate my thank yous to my Vice Chair, Senator Chamberlain, the Ranking Member, Senator Klein, and Senators Jasinski and Murphy, who filled out the committee. Also, Brian Steinhoff served as the committee administrator for the Property Tax Committee, and also my CLA, Lamont Pykinen. I also want to thank our researchers, Dan Mickelberg and Krista Broughton. Both caucuses would be lost without the research people that we have. And certainly our non-partisan counsel, Eric Sylvia, Nora Pollack, legislative analyst Bjorn Arneson, and fiscal analyst Jay Wilms. They are indeed a talented group of people. Certainly, in our property tax subcommittee this year, our goal was to provide meaningful property tax relief and reform without raising taxes. We have managed to lower the statewide property tax to reduce the harmful double tax on our job creators struggling to emerge from COVID shutdowns. We have targeted property tax relief for in-home child care providers to address the ongoing crisis of child care throughout the state. And it supports affordable housing through a reduction in the 4D property class rate and low-income rental property. I also, as we go through some of the individual provisions, we increased the statewide property tax exclusion from $100,000 to $150,000. We did also provided some additional statewide property tax reduction in order to preclude any type of a shift. We also have established a in-home child care provider property tax credit equal to 50% of the amount of net tax owed on the property for the current taxes payable year starting in 22-23, and that amounts to over $10 million a year of property tax relief for that industry. Other items that we have included are also we exclude the veteran's disability income from the property tax refund calculation, which is a Senator Howe introduction. We've also provided one-time supplemental LGA distribution for certain cities who were dropping down in the formula. As a result of the pandemic, we allowed this to happen. That was a Senator Nelson bill. Also in a Senator Howe bill, we moved the deadline back for applying for homestead credit back 16 days to the very end of the year. Other property tax provisions included are a reduction of the class rate on low-income rental 4D property. Basically, the first $100,000 of this property is taxed at 0.75%, the balance at 0.25%. The reduction includes the reduction of 0.75 to 0.25 for the first $100,000. There is a shift involved there, and I recognize that. I am pleased to mention, however, that all the parties involved, that being the developers of 4D housing and the cities, are in discussions to talk about indeed what the proper rate should be and how that rate should be implemented. We also modified the agricultural relative homestead. Currently, the law provides for homestead credit of agricultural property to extend to lineal descendants. However, in today's family farm, there are many individuals involved as aunts, uncles, cousins, and so we have expanded that definition of family. One of the major provisions of this bill provides for fire and or emergency medical service special taxing districts. This will allow 2 individual taxing authorities to designate those special taxing districts. And some of the provisions that we have included there also are that they must provide reporting to the state as to the reductions that they made in their general tax levy. And because to the community who testified for this distinction, they indicated that they were going to pass those tax savings on to their taxpayers. I also want to mention, going back to the 4D class discussion, that we also have a couple of provisions in there that, number one, provides for the posting of the low rent situation within each individual property, as well as the fact that it gives local communities control over future development of new 4D housing within their communities, and which they believed was an important element to have. We also have in here authorization for cities to impose energy improvement special assessments. As we all know, older properties are difficult and expensive to develop and to make energy efficient. This allows the community, if they wish, to establish an assessment district whereby the property can be paid for and assessed to the property owner over a period of time. And one last thing is requires an affordable housing development tax assistance report. This will analyze the housing that has been developed through the excess tax increment that can be allowed for low-income housing, as well as those development funds that can go through the housing trust process. We also included here a number of TIF provisions. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank Senator Rest. Even though she was not a member of the subcommittee on property taxes, her experience with this issue was proved invaluable to helping me as a new chair of this committee as we went through staff the various bills. And she was able to provide some of the background and the history within the committee as to what we allow, what we don't allow, and the reasons for that. There are various TIF proposals that have been in front of the committee before. They have included at those times provisions that really didn't qualify for the type of development that the committee was willing to allow. In those instances, those communities had pared back their requests, and according to staff, they now met the provisions that have historically been part of the allowance of such changes. Those individual tax districts go to Burnsville, a couple in Bloomington, Wayzata, and then some extensions for Mountain Lake, Ramsey, and Windham. And with that, Mr. President, that concludes my report on the Property Tax Subcommittee, and I think Senator Nelson has more comments to make.
Further discussion on House File 991. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. There are some sales and use tax provisions in the Senate Omnibus Tax Bill as well. One of the provisions allows for a sales tax exemption on construction materials for local public safety facility projects. This was one of my proposals, and it's $6.1 million in the first biennium and $8.7 in the second. Members, we had a lot of requests for local sales tax exemption on construction materials. This was a very targeted way to do that. The bill also restores the sales tax exemption for certain K-12 fundraising expenses. This was a Senator Chamberlain bill. It was to rectify a 2019 governor's request that was thought to be needed to apply to conform with GASB requirements. And as it ended up, it was taxing our children's fundraising for their schools, and it has been reversed in this bill. In addition, the bill creates a mechanism for June accelerated sales tax repayment subject to available balance at the November forecast. The bill also includes local option sales taxes. Members, this year is a bit different. In 2019, the legislation was changed to require that the cities come before the legislature first and get permission for local option sales taxes, and then go back to their voters for a referendum. Prior to that, it's kind of gone back and forth. In 2011, the requirement was that cities first go to their voters and then come to the legislature. But prior to 2011, it's as we have today, which is that cities come to the legislature first, and the things that are required before the legislature can grant that type of approval are that these projects are for construction and rehabilitation of capital projects that must have a demonstrated regional benefit. In addition, they must be able to know that the bonds will pay for those, or that there will be enough revenues to pay for those bonds, and thirdly, that none of those proceeds can be used for operations. We heard many sales tax provisions. These are local option sales tax provisions. They are included in this bill. These cities will now go to their voters on the referendum. The bill includes Senator Newman's Litchfield sales and use tax imposition. It includes Senator Ingebrigtsen's Fergus Falls. It includes Senator Rood's Cross Lake local sales and use tax imposition. It includes Senator Matthews' Mille Lacs County local sales and use tax provision. It includes Senator Johnson's Warren local sales and use tax, and it includes Senator Howe's Sartell food and beverage tax modification. It includes Senator Rarick's Cloquet sales and use tax provision, and Senator Rarick's Carleton County local sales and use tax provision. It includes Senator Tomassoni's Itasca County sales and use tax, Senator Weber's Staples local sales and use tax, also Senator Weber's Wadena sales and use tax, and Senator Weber's sales and use tax for Little Falls. It includes Senator Bach's sales and use tax request by Hermantown. It includes Senator Eakin's Moorhead local sales and use tax and bonding authority. Senator Frentz, St. Peter local sales and use request is included, as is Senator Uyghur's City of Oakdale, Senator Franson's Edina local sales and use tax provision is included, as are Senator Putnam's provisions for Waite Park and St. Cloud, and Senator Tomassoni's Floodwood local sales and use tax authorization is included as well. A few other provisions in the bill, members. This bill supports tobacco use cessation and prevention projects with a one-time $5 million from the tobacco taxes being used to pay for that. In addition, the bill requires the Department of Revenue to establish a private letter ruling, similar to the IRS's private letter ruling program. This is a provision of mine. It is not too hard to understand why this is needed. Tax laws are complicated, and individual entities are very complicated as well. And getting a private letter ruling will be very helpful in making sure that Minnesotans are able to pay the correct amount of taxes. They know what those are, and they pay them. The bill also includes provisions from the annual public finance bill, another provision of mine, and the bill modifies revenue recapture. You might recall a lot of concern about the recapture ability, using the state's recapture ability that certain health providers were doing, particularly at a time during a pandemic. And we realized in looking at that there was no way to determine which entities were eligible and for that recapture provision, using state resources to garnish wages. There's a provision in the bill. This was Senator Abler's provision to work towards better regulating that revenue recapture. And in the bill, it requires that those eligible nonprofit hospitals must file an annual lease with the Department of Revenue. That will help us get a better handle on what is happening here and how to best control that. Senator Marty was also working on a similar provision. The bill also transfers some IRRB unspent funds to the city of Biwabik for a different road construction project. That was a Senator Bach committee amendment. Additionally, conditionally, this bill repeals the Viking Stadium backup service debt, and that would be the tax on suites and sports themes lottery upon stadium bond refinancing. Those backup debt service elements will be removed upon the refinancing. The bill also adjusts county taconite tax distribution to support the Iron Range School construction projects. That again was a Senator Bach committee amendment. And again, the bill preempts local taxes or fees for food containers. That was a Senator Weber committee amendment. And the bill clarifies that the ESA proceeds are not taxable as constructed in the Senate education budget. That is a Senator Chamberlain amendment. So members, there's a lot to like in the Senate omnibus tax bill before you. Again, it provides great tax relief at a time when Minnesotans are struggling. We should not be taxing the lifelines that the feds sent to Minnesota. It does not raise taxes at a time when we have a significant budget reserve, surplus, and billions coming from the feds. With that, Mr. Chair, I do have well, if we're ready, I have one amendment to offer.
What's the number on the amendment, Senator Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. President. This would be the A33.
Senator Nelson offers the A33 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 27th as follows. Page 33 after line 29, insert. This is Amendment A33.
To the amendment, Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment deals with the fact that our local retailers are collecting sales taxes, but they also are needing as we know, much of our commerce is done through e-commerce or through credit cards at the store. We also know that there is a cost associated with every dollar that is put on those credit cards, whether they be online or in person at the store. And yet we're asking our local retailers, to pay sales and use tax on the amount of local sales tax that they're collecting for us. This bill just provides a bit of relief for that, certainly not all, but it does provide some relief in that the amount of the vendor tax allowance, as it is called, can be retained by the seller. And I believe Senator Gazelka also had asked to speak to this provision as well. But again, it's the vendor allowance. It allows the vendors to keep a small percent, very small percent, of the money they collect, or that they would put on the fees for their transactions. It allows them to keep a small percent of that to help pay, particularly, I think, for the amount that they're collecting on behalf of the state. Thank you.
Discussion on the A33 amendment. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. Some of these smaller grocery stores and businesses like that that collect a lot of the tax here, it does take time and energy and cost for them to do that. I think if you think about it, when the state is part of collecting the local option sales tax for these local communities, they take a fee to do that as well, or a portion of that, and so it's just parity, and I rise to support this.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just looking for explanation, and maybe you were giving it while I was trying to find the actual page number of the how you're paying for this. How Senator Nelson's amendment, the reference on page 60, line 19, I'm assuming that's the payment, and I'm looking at it, and I'm wondering what's being changed here. Is this increasing the statewide levy amount? Is that what this is doing? If Senator Nelson would yield, that would be my question.
Senator Nelson will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Rest. I am so glad that you are very interested in making sure that we do comport with Rule 7.4 and that we do not put our bill out of balance. And the A33 amendment does not do that, as you noticed. We are changing the amount of the CI statewide general levy on page, and you'll see that on page 60, line 19 and 20. This is in Senator Weber's Property Tax Committee, and he may have other comments as well.
Senator Rest, you have the floor.
Thank
Senator
you,
Weber may also want to add to it, but
Sure.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to support this amendment, and I would urge others not to as well. I believe that we did good work in the property tax division in lowering the statewide tax, and although this is a nice gesture, I think it is indeed nice but not necessary, and I'm going to request a roll call.
A roll call will be granted. Any further discussion on the A33 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and Capitol 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Hold on, Senator Frentz. Members, we are under a roll call vote. If you're having discussions, please take them outside the chamber. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Matthews votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senjum votes aye.
And thank you, Mr.
Senator
President. Senator
Jasinski.
Western votes aye.
Western votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 50 ayes and 16 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on House File 991 as amended. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would like to make some opening remarks about, Senate files 961 and the House file is 991. There was a late-night TV host who every evening on his show had a top 10 list of either good things, bad things, interesting things, funny things, whatever. And in looking at this bill, I decided to make my own top 10 things to describe it, and you can make up your minds about what category it would fit in. And it's basically that there are some very good things in this bill, some not so good, and some things that I raise a strong objection to. I appreciate, number one, the effort for PPP, allowing businesses not only to not count their PPP loans as taxable income, but using the same dollars to against as expenses as tax policy. That's not very good. It's probably terrible tax policy. However, we are in, as a lot of people like to talk about, extraordinary times, where we have to take extraordinary measures that go above and beyond what ordinarily we would never permit. And the PPP provision, as well as the beginning provision on unemployment insurance compensation, I think is a good thing in this bill. I'm pleased that the UI provision was one that I offered in the tax committee and that was accepted. It's vastly different than the House and the governor, but it's a good start. Secondly, I'm pleased that the C Corp election that was really a real challenge for pass-through entities at the federal level to the challenge against the state and local tax cap by bringing into Minnesota and allowing them to change the way in which they're taxed as an entity, we were able to bring a benefit to them. I was pleased last year also to author that bill. Modified this year, improved this year by the efforts of Senator Nelson. Same thing with the partnerships audits, which is a part of this bill that maybe would make some of your eyes glaze over. And very complex initiative to allow a simplified process in a very challenging part of the tax law, and that is very complex partnerships. And the working with the DOR over the last couple of years, that has, I think that's been resolved all around, and we should be supportive of that, and I certainly am. My third one is the Section 179. It's not a big amount, it's a catch-up amount, it's a correction amount, Mr. President, but it is necessary to finally get that off our backs. Many of us have been working for years, not just since the pandemic, but for years, to change the 179 deduction. My fourth point to bring out to you has to do with education. There is one provision that I strongly object to, that which shall not be mentioned, but there are two that are good. And one of them is the educator expense deduction that was offered on the floor to 253 by Senator Putnam, and then the expansion, inflationary expansion on the education credit and deduction, something that has not been changed for decades. I'm also pleased that the historic rehabilitation credit, which was due to expire, is going to be continued here. We have two new programs, new ideas in terms of bringing benefits to Minnesota taxpayers in this bill. One of them is Senator Nelson's bill on the housing tax credit. It's a new program. It's very, very complicated, but I think well thought out, and I'm happy to be associated with that. I'm also happy, number 7, I don't know if happy is the right word, but anyway, I'm pleased that the public safety buildings exemptions, tax exemptions, are included. It's also a catch-up provision. Certainly, I'm pleased with Senator Senjum's bill dealing with 4D. As Senator Weber mentioned, it's still a work in progress. We have very different provisions in the House and the Senate. I believe even going in that the Senate's provision is superior, but it also needs work. And indeed, the stakeholders in the 4D world, low-income housing, have been meeting diligently, and I'm hoping this year finally we'll have some resolution from that. Number 9 is Senator Weber's provision, also a new program. It's really, I think, a testament to us when we look at working through new ideas in terms of benefiting our taxpayers and looking for new ways of helping them. And certainly the child care provider tax credit, I believe, is going to be one of those. And then two local areas, that of the local sales tax provisions and the tax increment financing, that's number 10. But the coup de grace is the annual, and you can call me to order, Senator Miller, but I am going to turn and look at him, is the annual taconite amendments that come to the tax committee every year, explained and accepted and cheered. And so that's number 11, and that tops them all. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Rest, anytime we can put a smile on the faces of the members in the chamber, I will not call you out of order. Further discussion on House File 991, Senator Eakin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would like to offer the A38 amendment.
Senator Eakin offers the A38 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Eakin moves to amend House File Number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 15, after line 19, insert, this is the A38 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Eakin.
Right. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment, what it does is it's for our seniors. It removes the tax on Social Security benefits, completely eliminates this burden from our seniors in Minnesota. I think it's important to do because we are, first of all, one of only 13 states in the nation that does this. And I think doing this would certainly make our state much more attractive, much more appealing, much more affordable for seniors in our state. And I believe we need to be doing as much as we can to help our seniors. It does not raise any taxes. And this has been a goal for many years for members on both sides of the aisle try to remove this tax. And the big obstacle has been the cost of it. It is very expensive. It's approaching about $1 billion over the biennium. So how do you pay for it? And if you eliminate it without paying for it, it's going to have a very negative impact on other priorities, including long-term care for seniors and people with disabilities. Well, this amendment does it in a way that's fair and that does not hit our most vulnerable members of society. The revenue comes from moving the tax responsibility on Social Security onto investment income over $250,000 a year. So if you're making over $250,000 a year in investment income, the responsibility would be moved on to that income. It would be at a rate of 2.6% in the next biennium and then 3% in the biennium after that. And that's just what's necessary to cover the cost of the removal of the tax on the Social Security recipients. So it's a fair way to do it. It does not raise 1 penny in taxes, completely revenue neutral. I think there's a number of reasons why it's fair to do this way. You know, for one thing, again, investment income, most of it is passive. Most of it is passive income. And they do not pay any tax to support Social Security. There is no tax on investment income to support Social Security. So I think it's a fair way to do it for that reason. I think it's important to note also that the rest of us are paying 6.2% into Social Security to support Social Security on our working income, on wages and salaries. I'm only asking for here 2.6% in the next biennium, 3% thereafter on investment income, and the fact that it only hits those with incomes over $250,000 a year. The first $250,000 is tax-free. Does not fall into this tax. And I guess it's only going to affect about the top 1% of income earners here in Minnesota. Only top 1%. The Social Security tax, or the tax on Social Security benefits, hits a lot more people. So, and I would say that it's a much better alternative than taxing Social Security recipients. So again, it's the fairest way. I think that we need to do this. I don't think we should be taxing people based on their age or based on whether they have a disability, which is what the Social Security benefits are for. And so for that reason, I ask for your support. Thank you so much.
Discussion on the A38 amendment. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Eakin, I appreciate your thought process on this. Many of us have tried to reduce our state's taxation of those Social Security benefits, and we've done so for years. In fact, Republicans led on this, as we did in the last biennium and prior biennium. We did start that reduction on Social Security tax benefits. We should not be taxing those. However, Senator Eakin, it appears that your bill, or your amendment here, the A38 amendment, would increase taxes by $1 billion in the upcoming biennium. So, members, this bill, while we like the front side of this bill, you have to be able to pay for it. And paying for it on the back side is $1 billion of tax increases. Because this is not a time to increase taxes when Minnesotans are recovering from the COVID pandemic and the following economic pandemic. We have a $1.6 billion surplus, and we have apparently we've had $5 to $7 billion coming from the feds. The number is still a little fuzzy, but it is in the billions. Some already here and more on the way. So I urge a no vote on A38. Well, the sentiment is good. The way to pay for it is not good, particularly at this time. $1 billion tax increase would be ill-advised, likely any time, but particularly right now. Members, I urge a red vote.
All right, members, I have a lengthy list. Senator Eakin, followed by Senator Klein. Senator Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, well, first of all, it doesn't raise taxes. It's completely tax neutral, completely revenue neutral. It's moving the tax off of Social Security recipients and placing that responsibility on the top 1% of income earners who are receiving more than $250,000 a year in investment income, in passive income. So, with that, I would ask for a roll call as well.
A roll call will be granted. Senator Klein declines. Is that right? Senator Klein declines. Senator Frentz, followed by Senator Ress. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Eakin. We've heard a lot about eliminating the tax on Social Security in this chamber, and here is your moment, members. I'd ask every member in this chamber to ask themselves this simple question. If we put this proposition to the average Minnesotan, would they want you to vote red or green? We are proposing to eliminate this tax and add it to those whose investment income in a single tax year exceeds $250,000. I would suggest to you, members, you're not going to get a better chance than this to eliminate the taxes on Social Security. And I want to thank Senator Eakin for putting a request in for a roll call. This is the standard question we ask in tax policy. Not just what it costs, but what it pays. And Minnesota seniors are watching. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A38 amendment, Senator Rest. Yeah, did you not want to speak, Senator Rest? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Okay. You're next, Senator Rest.
I thought there were others who were wanting to speak. Well, I just want to thank Senator Eakin so much for putting this issue front and center. Indeed, it is a trade-off for supporting our senior citizens on who receive Social Security to finally go with what I think at least 12, I think there are only 12 other states that don't totally exclude Social Security. And just a tiny correction to Senator Nelson's comments. It actually was my bill in 2017 that started on the path of giving relief from Social Security income beyond the 15% that everybody gets. It was modest. It was when Senator Chamberlain was the chair of the committee, but it was a beginning. This is a big leap, but I believe that it is sends a powerful message to the state, and it doesn't need to be seen as being partisan. We all are concerned about those who live on fixed incomes, and this is an opportunity for us to band together and speak as one voice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Johnson Stewart, followed by Senator Bach. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this amendment, and I'm so grateful to my colleague, Senator Eakin. As you know, I'm newly elected representing District 44, which includes Woodland, one of the very most affluent cities in Minnesota, Plymouth, and Minnetonka. And since the day after my election, I have been asked by many of my constituents to please get rid of the tax on Social Security. This is a really smart way to do it. I am a job creator. I told my friends I would drop that line today. As a job creator, I look forward to the day when my husband and I have $250,000 in passive earned income from investments. In fact, I can't wait for that day. It's certainly not now, even though I own a very successful business and am a job creator for over 30 people. So again, thank you, Senator Eakin. I am very grateful that I now have an answer to my constituents who want this.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Bach.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. The Tax Committee does, as Senator Rest knows, does incredibly serious work down in G15 here in the Capitol. Tax policy is really, really important. Tax policy drives a lot of behavior of people, and any major society, you can look back at their tax structures and it will tell you what they valued. So, Senator Eakin, we have an exemption now for people that are drawing Social Security. I believe, and I don't have the exact number here on the floor, about 50% of Social Security recipients in Minnesota pay no state taxes on their Social Security now. We do that because we want to help those low-income individuals and lessen their tax burden on their Social Security benefits. So this really doesn't, I think it would be unfair to say this helps people in poverty. I think we've already handled that in the Tax Committee. But when I talked about the Tax Committee drives behavior, I think what you want to be careful about, and I talk about this in the Tax Committee quite often, is don't become an outlier. Because when businesses and individuals are making decisions about where they want to expand, where they want to live, tax policy is one of the things they consider. There's no question about it. I mean, you need good schools, you need good roads, you need clean water. There are a lot of factors that people consider. But tax policy is certainly one of them. And what concerns me about this, Senator Eakin, is those individuals with relatively high investment income, they're very mobile. They're probably a little bit older, and you can hear all kinds of stories about the Friday breakfasts in Naples, the University of Minnesota chapters in Arizona, where a lot of Minnesotans have left when they got into their retirement years. So tax policy does have an impact on people's behavior. So I always say in the Tax Committee, you know, let's try not be in the top 5. Let's try not be in the top 5 in any category so that we kind of try to take taxes, lessen the impact of people's consideration about tax policies when they make when they make decisions on where they want to live or where they want to start a business or grow a business. Being not in the top 5, I think, is helpful in any one of our tax categories. But Senator Eakin, the challenge here is this will make us, pretty sure, number 1, the highest income tax on investment income in the country. Higher than New York, higher than California, higher than Hawaii. And I just think that will have an impact on driving people's behavior. And when people with means leave, they take with them a lot. They, because of the litmus test they have to meet of not living in Minnesota for more than 6 months, they're often advised by their accountants, don't use Minnesota investment managers, don't use Minnesota accountants, don't use Minnesota attorneys, don't make contributions to Minnesota charities, don't serve on any kind of nonprofit boards when you decide you want to relocate. So there's a lot of these people have a lot to give to our communities, and to some extent tax policy is a contributing factor that drives them away. I absolutely would like to do more on Social Security so that more than 50% of people that are not paying, we could increase that number. I think the thoughtful approach in the tax committee would be what Senator Rest did a few years ago when we increased the threshold at which we start taxing Social Security. I think we need to take a longer view of this. This is expensive. It's $500 to $600 million a year of new state spending to do this. But I do think it's doable. I think it could be done if we phased it in over a number of years. We could get ourselves into a situation where we didn't charge income tax on Social Security. So, members, I just want people to give, just like we do down in the tax committee, give very thorough thought to what kind of the unintended consequences of a tax policy sometimes can be. So, Senator Eakin, as much as I like the underlying idea of not taxing anybody's Social Security income, I do think there's a negative impact on the other side with potentially impacting people's retirement decisions on where they want to live. And we already have the disadvantage of climate. There's nothing easy about that. We want to be careful giving people too many reasons to leave.
Further discussion on the A38 amendment, Senator Johnson Stewart, followed by Senator Eakin. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise to calm the fears of my colleagues. I represent District 44, which abuts Wayzata and Lake Minnetonka, and I can assure Senator Bach that we have a very good representation of very high-income people. On the way home today, I will pass 3 torn-down houses where my neighbors will be building over $1 million homes. This is just a made-up thing. It's pretend. The state of Minnesota is expected to gain 1.1 million new residents between now and 2070, according to state demographics. So I just want to make everybody understand that we have plenty of rich people in Minnesota, and I represent some of them, and they're looking forward to me passing yes. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A38 amendment, Senator Eakin, followed by Senator Frentz. Senator Eakin.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President and members. And I appreciate Senator Bach's concerns about not wanting to be an outlier, but we are an outlier when it comes to Social Security, the tax on Social Security benefits. I think that that's doing great damage to our state. The fact that we are one of only 13 in the nation that even does this makes us an outlier. So, and I think it's also important to note that the tax burden that we're requesting of those making over $250,000 a year in passive income, it's only 2.6% the first biennium here, 3% the next. It's less than half of what the rest of us are paying on our working income to support Social Security. And remember, people, this investment income is not taxed to support Social Security. They don't have to pay any tax to support Social Security. So asking them to pay a little bit to help Social Security recipients, I think, is only fair.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the time-honored discussion of tax policy and how it affects Minnesota's population. I heard the words top 5. Yep, Minnesota's top 5. Wallet Hub just said it's number 2 in the nation in quality of life. U.S. News and World Report, number 2, best place to live. What do we do with our tax dollars? We spend some of them on schools. I like that. Of the states that require students to take the ACT, do you know where Minnesota ranks in scores? Number 1. Those are top 5. And when we have a discussion about revenue, as we always say, don't just ask what it costs, ask what it pays. But to my friends across the aisle, on the question of people leaving the state, I will take the bait. We just got some updated information on that. Minnesota not only retained its congressional seat, but we were told that our growth rate for the last decade, during which there was a tax increase on the wealthiest Minnesotans, and some in this chamber predicted there would be a flight from this state to other states. Glad to report, Minnesota grew 7.4% over the decade. Why is that significant, Mr. President? Well, not only did it outperform some of our neighbors, but it exceeded the national average. That's right, members. Minnesota grew faster in the last decade than the average state. But what we say about millionaires, won't they be leaving? And the answer, the truth is yes, some will leave, and they have earned it if they want to go to Florida and get some sun. I say more power to them. We want to incentivize work, capital, investment, reward. That's all good. But what we're missing is that in the meantime, Minnesota created more millionaires than ever. Many of you remember the news reports that after the last tax increase on the top 2%, the number of Minnesotans who filed the tax return that declared $1 million in annual income went up. We're not just talking about the people who are millionaires now. We're talking about who's going to be the next millionaire, and they want to come here and raise a family and send their kids to our schools and enjoy our lakes and streams, our outdoor, our quality of life. And with that, I would just say, Mr. President, I look forward to voting yes on this amendment to eliminate the taxes on Social Security.
Members were on the A38 amendment. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and Capitol Room 206, please come to the chamber to vote.
Okay, I'll call you later. Go back there. Go home. Say it again.
Call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frantz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Westrom votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes no.
Senjum votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rosen votes no.
Rosen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on House File 991 as amended. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A29 amendment.
Senator Rest offers the A29 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rest moves to amend House File Number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 134 after line 3, insert. This is the A21. Wrong amendment. This is A21.
29.
A29.
Senator Rest, I'm sorry, we have the A21 in front of us.
No,
Just give
it's
us a moment.
29.
We'll report the A21,
It's 29.
or the A29. The Secretary will report the A29 amendment.
Senator Rest moves to amend House File Number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 16 after line 14, insert. This is the A29 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have the A30 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rest, before you do the A30 amendment to the amendment, can you please describe the A29 amendment and give us an opportunity to
Certainly.
get it passed out to members?
It is also looking at the investment income, a tax on the investment income, not at the rate nor at the time that Senator Eakin's amendment had, but it would impose it for 2 years. Starting in 2021 and 2022.
Thank you, Senator Rest. And what's the number on the amendment to the amendment?
The A30.
Senator Rest offers the A30 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rest moves to amend the Rest amendment to House File Number 91 as follows. Page 1 before line 4, insert. This is the A30 amendment.
To the A30 amendment to the amendment, Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. We've made a good start in this bill with conforming to a lot of the tax relief that was provided by the federal government, and this continues on that same path. And it continues on a path balancing like they did at the federal government, they balanced the benefits and the tax relief to businesses that are facing so many challenges in our recovery period now that is endorsed by so many of us. But when we start to look at the benefits, we see that it doesn't always work, doesn't always right size those benefits for individuals. We went down the path of exempting 18% of the unemployment compensation, insurance compensation payments in our bill already. And what this does is complete that circle. That's one of the major provisions of this amendment. It allows full conformity, and we are really a conformity state. We're not an automatic conformity state. We don't let the federal government tell us just what to do all the time. We have to be affirmative in wanting to conform to those initiatives, and this continues that. There are some 500,000 people that are not that were unemployed that this bill, that this amendment, if it passes, would allow. It does it the same way as the federal one does, so that at certain income levels above that, it begins to phase out for various reasons. In Minnesota, it would affect, as I said, about 500,000 people, 553,900 returns, and the average tax reduction for this year, and that's what it's for, just this year, just like at the federal level, of $486. Keep in mind that in our bill here, we have covered all of the PPP for businesses and for individuals who are business owners. All of that has been covered in giving that tax relief. We ought to move forward and balance, right size, and be fair to individuals that just for the pandemic lost their jobs, lost their livelihoods, and have been suffering through this year. The second thing is it's also conformity. This is 1 year conformity, just 1 year conformity to go with the federal provisions. And there are many Minnesotans, quite frankly, more in greater Minnesota than in the metro area, that take advantage of, receive the benefit of the Working Family Credit, a program that was started under President Reagan at the federal level with the Earned Income Tax Credit in 1986. And this past year, poor, not so poor, not quite middle income folks who have benefited from the Working Family Credit, they really saw their incomes plummet. And so at the federal level, what they allowed people to do is to choose which income from which year they were going to use to apply for the Working Family Credit. 2019, when maybe they were doing a bit better, and 2020, when they weren't doing so well at all. And so those are the two major provisions in this amendment. But another one has to do with child care, with taking care of the children in our families, and is also a conformity item that would help 49,000 families in Minnesota to benefit from the increase in the dependent chair credit. And the American Rescue Plan Act made those changes and have made changes to that credit, such as making the dependent care credit refundable. It's always been refundable in Minnesota, but for this 1 year, it's refundable at the federal level as well. It also allows a maximum expense for those children, those dependents, increasing from $3,000 to $8,000, and it is increased from a maximum of 35% of work-related child care expenses to 50%. This is a family-oriented, let's take care of our children, one-time, 1 year conformity to what the feds have done, that many of us believe the credits for children, taking care of children, is what lifts children up out of poverty. And this is certainly one of those opportunities, one of those challenges. And then a third part of it is there are some retirement funds where people were allowed not to have to take their required distribution, or they could borrow from it without penalty for this 1 year, pay it back without penalty, without interest, and those are generally, obviously, older people that are borrowing from their retirement funds, but it also includes younger, middle-aged folks with children. So we too use, in this amendment, a modest tax on passive income, net investment income of over $250,000. The rate here, since it's just for 1 year, is 0.7, and it more than covers the benefits that are brought to these families, these individuals, the children of our state, their parents, some older folks, those who are unemployed, and we give them our respect, as well as for working families as they're trying to recover as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call granted. Discussion on the A30 amendment to the amendment. Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I accept the A30 as a friendly amendment and encourage a green vote.
Further discussion on the A30 amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office in 206, please come to the chamber to vote. Call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bingham votes aye.
Bingham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Johnson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rosen votes aye.
Rosen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Western votes aye.
Western votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Frentz, can you please report that?
Of course,
repeat that so I can repeat it.
Of course, Mr. President. Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. I was trying to go in alphabetical order for the Secretary, but Senator Matthews votes aye.
Matthews votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are on the A29 amendment as amended. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now I also request a roll call on the amended amendment.
Roll call will be
Thank you.
granted. Senator Rest.
Well, now we're all agreed that these are items that should bring benefits to Minnesotans. Now comes the hard part. The hard part, and Senator Nelson has referred to this before, the hard part is paying for it. The hard part is asking very wealthy people, very successful people, to participate with all the rest of us, in making these conforming items, these major conforming items for working families, for unemployed people, for some seniors, for child care expenses that have grown enormously, even when parents have been working at home. How can we pay for it? The money that needs to be paid isn't on any tree anywhere. It is a modest increase for just this 1 year's conformity, to bring these benefits in balance now with the enormous benefits, well-deserved, well-needed, that we are bringing to Minnesota businesses and business activity. And I hope that once again we could have a totally green vote on the amended amendment, which is the A29.
Discussion on the A29 amendment as amended. Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A29 amendment is a tax increase of $280 million. And let me repeat, we have a surplus of $1.6 billion. And yet, this amendment is asking to increase taxes more. In addition, we have the federal government sending us billions of dollars, $5 to $7 billion in last year and this year. Billions of dollars, members, not millions, billions. And yet the A29 amendment before us, in a time of the worst economic distress we have seen in the last 70 years, this amendment raises taxes even more. So much of life is about timing. Members, this is not the time to saddle Minnesotans with higher taxes. I encourage a no vote.
Further discussion on the 829 amendment as amended. Senator Rest.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We talk often about the big surplus that we have, and I'm just curious how many times we're going to spend it. Seems like to me it could have been spent, it could have been invested in parity with unemployment compensation in this bill. That is not present. It's not present. But my amendment didn't go in and say, whoa, we're going to take money from PPP and shift it over to the unemployed. No. We're going to ask those who have had the most success. They're not suffering. They're not suffering the most success during this pandemic. And, you know, God bless them. That's fine. But we're asking them to share with all the rest of us the opportunity to help one another, to care for one another, to depend on one another. In the words of one of my favorite politicians, Walter Mondale. Please vote yes.
All right, members, we're on the A29 amendment as amended. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rosen votes no.
Rosen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes no.
Senjum votes no. Senator Jasinski. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dames votes no.
Dames votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 36 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on the bill, Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A1 amendment.
Senator Dietzick offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dietzick moves to amend House File Number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 16, after line 14, insert. This is the A1 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Dietzick.
Mr. President, I have the A22 amendment.
Senator Dietzick, can you please explain the A1 amendment while it's getting distributed to members before we do the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, the A1 amendment, Mr. President, similar to Senator Rest and Senator Eakin, raises taxes on basically the top 1%. It raises net investment income tax. And so I just want to explain a little bit what investment income is. So this is not taxing your everyday working Minnesotans. These are people who have income from corporate bonds, from dividends, from interest, and from capital gains. And so it is a very small portion. And the bill taxes 0.75% and raises about $250 million.
Discussion on the A1 amendment. Senator Dietzick.
I move that I have the A22 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Dietzick offers the A22 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A22.
Senator Dietzick moves to amend the Dietzick Amendment to House File Number 991 as follows. Page 1 after line 3, insert. This is the A22 amendment.
To the A22 amendment to the amendment, Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Rest said, a lot of the benefits in the underlying bill help companies. And so what this amendment does is it helps community and people. Some of this is conformity, and some of it is some places where I think that we could do a little more to help everyday Minnesotans. It includes federal conformity on benefits for volunteer firefighter and emergency responders. So my community, Minneapolis, we have paid full-time firefighters, but a lot of communities throughout the state use these volunteer firefighters. And so this is federal conformity and excludes up to $50 a month, and it's for tax year 20 and 21. Costs about $900,000. Then the underlying bill gives PPP relief to a lot of companies, and a lot of the companies that got PPP relief early on had established banking relationships. So a lot of people couldn't get it, and then in the first special session last year, we did a grant to some small businesses to help them because they were not able to get PPP and get assistance. And so this bill gives a one-time subtraction to those small businesses that received a grant in the first special session. It also has federal conformity for discharge of mortgage indebtedness. And so we have done this in the past. The feds this year did it for retroactive for 2018 through 2020, and they capped that amount at $2 million, and then they also extended it going forward for 2021 to 2025, and they capped it at $750,000. This doesn't help a large number of people, but for those people who have lost their homes, and again, foreclosure, usually you have a medical issue or you lost your job, and that's how you lose your home. Maybe many of us here remember the foreclosure crisis from probably around 2010. It was devastating. And so for those people that lose their home, they get the loan forgiven. Then they find out maybe a year later that they have to pay income taxes on that loan forgiven. So they couldn't afford to pay the mortgage in the first place. If they had money to pay the mortgage, they wouldn't be where they are. And so now this will give them relief so they don't have to pay that tax on that forgiven loan. We have a housing crisis in Minnesota. We heard in the bill discussion on the omnibus housing bill last week, I think it was last week, about 50,000 housing units short. The underlying bill, Senate File 961, creates a housing tax credit and modifies the rate for 4D low-income housing to encourage housing development. That could go a long way to help with that shortage. The 4D provision gives some property tax relief for those who agree to provide and keep low-income housing. This amendment also provides some property tax relief. It increases the max amount for renter's credit refund by $50 depending on their income. It lowers the threshold percentage for incomes above $7,340 and reduces the copay percentage for incomes above $5,530. This will help about 303,000 renters, and they'll receive an average of $127. 56% of people experiencing homelessness said that they couldn't find a place to live that they could afford. And I think this provision will help them and help people stay in those homes. This could help Minnesotans, no matter where they live or what they look like, stay in their homes. We also added a provision in this amendment that is based off of Senator Klein, Senate File 138, and it's property tax special targeting. So for the most part, local governments kept the property taxes low this year, but because of budget increases and pressures next year, they may have to raise taxes. And so what this special targeting provision does is it lowers the percentage threshold from 12% to 10% to give them special targeted relief. So you have to have your property tax raised more than $100, and you have to meet this threshold. And so it is very targeted. The underlying bill adds $5 million for a fund for Department of Health to provide tobacco cessation. Clearway, Minnesota has done a very good job. They came into existence after the tobacco settlement in around 1998, and they've done a very good job helping to educate young people, especially on the dangers of smoking. And so is what this amendment does is that provides that $5 million goes forward. We also included Senator Clausen's bill, Senate File 219, and this is federal conformity. It exempt employer-paid student loans payments up to $5,250 for tax year 2020 to 2025. It also has Section 529 conformity, which is the college savings plans, and this is expanded so that it covers apprenticeships and allows for student loan payment, and that costs about $800,000. We've also included Senator Nelson's Senate File 1777, and that is the dependent care credit. And we heard earlier, I'm going to find my notes here, in committee, when Senator Nelson discussed this bill, her comments really stuck with me because she said this bill, Senate File 1777, which is amended into this amendment, says this bill addresses the fact that Minnesotans have been paying for so much for care. This helps lower and mid-income parents afford high-quality care. This helps middle-income families not on public assistance, but who cannot afford high-quality care. And this helps address the fact that there are a lot of women in this pandemic who left the workforce due to child care reasons because they didn't find anybody to take care of their kids. And so hopefully this will help. So the bill already indexes K-12 education credit and subtraction threshold amounts. That will help many families. We've heard a lot about the child care crisis in greater Minnesota, and the underlying bill also establishes a licensed in-home child care provider credit to encourage more affordable daycare options. And so this just kind of piggybacks on that and continues to help families with child care affordability. This could help about 48,000 Minnesotans. And then we also put in this bill, in the underlying bill, we add under a priorities list in Minnesota Statutes 16A, we have a priority list, and we added, we have in there right now the budget reserve so that if there is a positive budget balance in the November forecast, we put money into the reserve. So that got me thinking when we did some other additions, what are some of the priorities in our state? And I believe that no matter where we live or what we look like, all Minnesotans want the best for their kids. We want schools to have resources. I know many of you have heard from your school districts about the increasing special ed cross-subsidy and how the state and the Fed need to pay our fair share. So at some point in about 2006 to 2013, there is a special education aid payment percentage that was at about 74%. We dropped it down. It was a budget shift. And then in 2013, we raised it up to 97.4%. So is what this amendment does, it says if there is a positive budgetary balance in November, it is our priority that this special education percentage point should be shifted to 100%. Right now, they get 90% of 97%. So this will get rid of that gimmick and end that shift, because I believe special ed is a priority. I think this amendment helps Minnesota communities, and I ask for a roll call vote and a green vote.
Roll call has been requested. Discussion on the A22 amendment to the amendment. Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Dietzig, I appreciate this amendment, a lot of conformity in here. I do have two questions, if you could address them, please. And that would be...
Hold on, Senator Nelson. Senator Dietzig, will you yield? Senator Dietzig will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig, if you could speak a little bit to the one-time business relief payments, 100% subtraction. If you could describe that, please, and then I'll have one follow-up.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senator Nelson, last May, I believe it was the Senator Anderson, Paul Anderson bill, that gave different levels of relief to different groups, and one of them was to cultural malls and basically diversity there across the state. They didn't qualify for PPP. A lot of them were having a hard time getting assistance, and so we put in there some relief. And so in that package, it was laws from 2020 for special session, Chapter 1, Section 4. I actually had dropped a bill, and it is Senate File 2374. And so this is one-time income subtraction for small business relief that received, so a qualifying business who received a grant from that section would get a subtraction.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Dietzig. I just have one comment to add on line 20, the payback for the special education priority statute. I would note, in addition to Senator Dietzig's talk about the really the cross subsidy that is necessary, that many of our school districts pay because the feds are not paying what they said they would regarding special education. In the budget bill of 2 years ago, there was an additional $90 million to our schools for special education costs. So I do want to illuminate that. But I encourage a yes vote on this amendment. There are a number of good provisions in here, in this amendment to the amendment, the A22. It does a number of, I think, very positive things, particularly as we're talking about conformity. I encourage a yes vote on this amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Uyghur. Senator Uyghur, the switch is on the desk. There you go. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it looks like we have bipartisan agreement on this, so I'll just emphasize again the importance of additional special education relief. There is $700 million that school districts need to pick up in the general fund to help absorb the necessary costs for special ed. 150,000 students, nearly 16% of Minnesota students are in special ed, and we need to provide whatever we can to meet that obligation. It was pointed out by Senator Nelson regarding the federal obligation, and they do need to step up to that 40% that they talked about back in 1975. That said, we have not only that moral obligation, but a statutory obligation to do the best we can. So the amendment offered by Senator Dietzig helps, and I'll point out as well, Governor Walz in his proposed budget in due north would provide $21 million for fiscal year 22 and $49 in fiscal year 23 to address the cross subsidy. So strongly support the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A22 amendment to the amendment. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson, you're right that we did put money in the 29 budget for the special education cross subsidy, and I do believe that helped. This little provision, just this little 3%, will raise about 40 to 50 million that will help our school districts across the state. And since Senator Nelson is encouraging a yes vote, I appreciate that, and so I will cancel my roll call request.
Senator Dietzig withdraws the roll call. Senator Nelson, followed by Senator Pratt.
I call for a roll call.
A roll call is granted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and 206, please come to the Capitol to vote. Come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. What do you think? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Matthews votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Johnson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes. Stand by. Rarick's up there.
All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are back on the A1 amendment as amended. Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm enjoying the bipartisanship. I think the underlying amendment is a good amendment. It had a lot of good conformity in there. It had a lot of good underlying bills, including Senator Nelson's Senate file on the dependent care. And I asked for a green vote, members, and I asked for a roll call vote. I think
A roll call has been requested. A roll call will be granted.
Again, I
Senator
think
Dietzig.
this amendment helps a lot of people. We've heard before that we're going to get a lot of federal dollars and that we have a positive budgetary balance, but we saw that disappear a year ago, overnight. And so we don't know, what can happen going forward. And then on my understanding on the federal dollars, it is a large amount, but we don't have guidance on it yet. And for housing, it's just one-time dollars. And so that helps the here and now, and that helps the people who we want to stay in their homes, but we had a housing crisis before the pandemic, and so it doesn't help us going forward. And so I think using this money, which is raising on about the top 1%, and it's on their investment income, I think is a good way to help all Minnesotans. Minnesotans like to help each other. We shovel each other's sidewalk, we check on each other when it's 20 below or when it's 100 above in August. And I think this is a way that we can help each other. So I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion on the A1 amendment as amended. Senator Nelson.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Dietzig's thoughtful approach to this. But the issue in the A1 amendment is that it raises $500 million of ongoing tax revenue. And as noted, we do have a surplus, $1.6 billion surplus, billions coming from the federal government. And we do know that the guidance is getting clearer on how to use those federal dollars, how they can be used, particularly in regard to conformity. The feds have sent us great amounts of funding, and yet without conformity, many of those will be taxed. And so they're sending guidance now that looks like it's not here yet, but it looks like it's shaping up to where we'll be able to use some of those federal dollars for tax conformity. But it would be ill-advised to, at this point, right now, on this Senate floor, to vote to increase taxes by $500 million when we already have a surplus and the feds are sending billions. With that, members, I ask for a red vote.
Further discussion on the A1 amendment as amended. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was heartening to see bipartisan and unanimous support for the renter's credit in the last ballot on the board. This would increase just by $50 a year for people who are renting, startup families, new families, working people across Minnesota, people who really felt the brunt of this pandemic this last year, felt the brunt of the shutdown. And everyone in this chamber voted to give them an extra $50 at the end of the year on their taxes to try to help them along a little bit. But now it comes time to pay for it with a 1% increased tax on people who made more than $250,000 on their investments last year. And it sounds like we're going to vote no on that. Well, I'm going to vote yes. This is a hard time, and some people suffered. We got a little extra money around. People who did very well last year can help out the people who are renting apartments and are trying to find their way through this shutdown and pandemic. So I'm going to vote yes on the renter's credit and paying for it. Thank you, Mr.
Members, we're on the A1 amendment as amended. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator
Senator
Jasinski.
Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Zelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Housley votes no.
Housley votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. All right, members, we're back on House File 991, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A27 amendment.
Senator Rosen offers the A27 amendment. Senator Rosen, we don't have it at the desk, so we're going to make a copy of the amendment that you have. Senator Rosen, the amendment is not ready yet, so with your permission, I will come back to you when it's prepared by engrossing.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A25 amendment.
Senator Murphy offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Murphy moves to amend House File Number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 16 after line 14, insert. This is the A25 amendment.
To the A25 amendment, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Miller and members. The A25 amendment is familiar, though different than what we have seen before. This is a tax on net investment income at 0.5% on those who earn more than $250,000 passively on their investments. And to that, I have the A36 amendment, Mr. President.
What was the number on the amendment to the amendment, Senator Murphy?
Mr. President, it is the A36 amendment.
Senator Murphy offers the A36 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Murphy moves to amend the Murphy Amendment to House File Number 991 as follows. Page 1 after line 23, insert. This is the A36 amendment.
To the A36 amendment to the amendment, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Miller, and to members. The A36 amendment is the working family credit. As I have read through and listened to the debate today about this tax proposal that we're debating, as others have mentioned, it does focus a lot on companies and businesses and tax relief. No big problem with that. However, it is light, it is stingy on relief for working people. You know, I love it when Senator Johnson Stewart talks about being a job creator. I'm a person who have signed both the front and the back side of the check and appreciate and understand that. But I also know that our economy doesn't work without a strong workforce. We can have, successful companies and businesses, but without workers to do that work, those companies don't exist. I also know that when people in Minnesota, especially people of less means, have money in their pocket, they spend it, and that helps to grow the economy. The working family credit was last adjusted in 2019 by this body, and that was important work. However, a lot has changed for Minnesotans since 2019 in the course of this pandemic, and I believe that this bill would be improved by adding this measure, the working family credit. There is a map that was distributed on the floor that shows that this is a tax credit that has been in place for a long time, and it is taken by many people across the state. It is generally equally distributed. It is available for those who make $50,000 or less. About 315,000 Minnesotans take advantage of this working credit that could have gone up since 2019. The pandemic has hit low-wage workers very hard. We know that. Grocery store workers, restaurant workers, health aides. This proposal doesn't change the eligibility, but it does increase the percentage of income eligible for the credit, meaning that those who take advantage of the credit have a little bit more money in their pocket to do the things that they choose to do with the money that they earn. Working people who work, live paycheck to paycheck, for them, this working family credit is exceptionally meaningful. I think it is a strong improvement to Senator Nelson's bill, and I ask for a roll call and a green vote.
A roll call will be granted. Discussion on the A36 amendment to the amendment. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Murphy, I do appreciate the working family tax credit. It is one of the best ways to help people work and be lifted out of poverty. We are trying to determine the cost of the A36 amendment, and I don't quite have that yet. So, Mr. President, we are trying to get the cost on the amendment. It's not up yet on my computer, so without a cost, it's very difficult to address the Murphy amendment. So let's see if we can get the cost analysis up here. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A36 amendment to the amendment. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to answer that question, the cost of the working family credit and this expansion of eligibility would be $104 million. in this biennium and 106 in the next biennium.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of order.
Senator Pratt, please state your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. It appears to me that Senator Murphy's amendment is identical, the underlying amendment is identical to the underlying amendment that Senator Dietzick presented and was voted on. I would ask that we rule the underlying amendment out of order.
Senator Pratt, first of all, we're on the A36 amendment to the amendment. Second of all, the chamber, the body has not voted on the language of the A25 amendment as it is in the A25 amendment. If you remember, the previous amendments were amended, so therefore the language is not identical in the A25 amendment as previous amendments that were taken, that this body has taken action on. Any further discussion on the A36 amendment to the amendment? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A36 amendment is fairly expensive. It looks like it's about $200 million amendment, and this is the amendment to the A25, and we'll accept the A36 as a friendly amendment.
Any further discussion?
I encourage a green vote, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, the President's office, in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Zelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Matthews votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are back on the A25 amendment as amended. Senator Murphy.
I guess, Mr. President, I say hallelujah for the workers. I really appreciate that strong vote for the working family credit. I know it's something that the Senate has supported in the past, and I would ask for a green vote now on the amended A25 so that we can give the working people of Minnesota a little extra help in this tax bill. I'd ask for a roll call and your green vote. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call granted to the A25 amendment as amended. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A25 amendment, contrary to what has been, as I understood the comments, this will affect many Minnesotans regarding the taxation in this particular A25 amendment. It would increase taxes on the retirement of many couples, a teacher and a cop, for example. Middle-class Minnesotans would once again be hit with taxes with this amendment, over $300 million. Again, members, at a time that we should not be increasing taxes, permanent tax increases, in a time of $1 billion+ budget deficit, billions coming from the feds, Minnesotans reeling from a massive economic disaster of the greatest in the last 70 years. We do appreciate where this money would be spent. I think we will be looking and look forward to working in conference committee as we go forward, especially as we get further guidance from the feds on how we can use some of those federal funds. But to do and this is a volatile tax increase on top of that, so it's very volatile, it's harmful to middle-class Minnesotans, and it's just not necessary at a time of a massive over $1 billion surplus and billions coming from the feds. So, members, I encourage a red vote on this tax-raising amendment for today. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Marty, followed by Senator Frentz. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm really, really disappointed to hear Senator Nelson say she opposes this. Just as the last 3 or 4, they say, oh, we want to support renters and we want to help people with this, and we'll vote for that. But the minute later, when you make it actually happen by actually paying for it, no, we don't want to do that. And just real briefly on this, the bill talks about investment earnings over $250,000, and there may be a number of people who have $250,000 in investments, but not that many make $250,000 in earnings in a year. So when Senator Nelson makes it sound like a typical school teacher and cop are going to be in this, paying this tax, very, very successful school teacher and cop who are making earnings of passive earnings in investments of over $250,000. But the bottom line is, if you want to help renters, if you want to help low-income workers in this case, if you want to help homeowners, if you want to help people who are struggling, give them a tax break, then maybe we have to pay for it, because it's pretty hollow to vote for cuts and then say a minute later, well, but we don't want to pay for it, so we'll drop the whole thing. I urge people to make their last vote meaningful by voting in favor of Senator Murphy's amendment.
Members, we're on the A25 amendment as amended. Senator Frentz, followed by Senator Klein. Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've been hearing about the $1.6 billion surplus, and I think I hear it as a reason why we should not make these permanent tax changes to our tax code. Mr. President, would Senator Nelson yield for a question?
Senator Nelson will yield. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson, in our state's current budget, how long does $1.6 billion take us?
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Frentz, I cannot tell you how long that would, I think you're asking how many months of operating revenue that is, and I'm sure that you could do the math with about a $52 billion budget, how long that would last. We also have the reserves as well, so we do have a surplus, we also have the reserves, and so there is a significant funding there, but the real question is, do we increase a permanent tax increase at this time? That's the question before us.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks, Senator Nelson. As best I could figure the math, noting you are acknowledging a $52 billion budget, but that's a different discussion. About 22 days is how long $1.6 billion lasts the state of Minnesota under our current spending. So members, as you discuss, consider, and vote on these proposed changes to our tax policy, we have a projected surplus that would take the state 22 days. Of course, these proposals to help working men and women in Minnesota are put to you as a permanent change, 12 months a year, in perpetuity, to help those families and all the families that come after that. Do we have federal money coming? Yes, we do. That, too, is one-time money. We're asking the state of Minnesota and this body to make a permanent change to help the working men and women, and again, to give them an opportunity to move up the economic ladder and continue to make Minnesota the great state that we all know it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the amendment as amended. Senator Klein, followed by Senator Rest. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senator Murphy has advanced a proposal to expand the working families tax credit in this state, and every single member of this chamber has decided that that's something important to do at this point in time. And again, now it's time to pay for it. Senator Nelson has advanced the idea that the tax mechanism we've devised to pay for this would impact a great number of Minnesotans, including a teacher and a cop. The mechanism, just to reiterate, is a tax of 0.5% on investment income each year above $250,000. When we prepared this amendment with council, they informed us that that would affect about 35,000 families in the state of Minnesota. If you are a teacher and a cop and you're married, and each year your investments are making more than $250,000, I want to meet your broker, and we'll get together. But this is a select tax on people who are doing very well in a pandemic economy, pandemic millionaires, and it's going to help working families in Minnesota, and I urge a green.
Further discussion on the amendment as amended. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to reiterate the points made just now by Senator Klein. The notion that this is a tax that, or a burden, if you will, some sort of overwhelming burden on teachers, on police officers, on nurses. It just has a tone of absurdity to it. These are people who, their investment income, not their joint earned income. You look in the paper every day, and the CEO of some big corporation is mentioned. Their earned income is usually very low. Their equity positions, their stock options, run to $70, $75 million a year. These are folks who can share, they can work with other taxpayers in Minnesota to benefit those that are eligible for the working family credit. This is not an overwhelming burden. This is asking one small, very, very small group of taxpayers to think about fairness, to think about equity, to think about what are they going to do to help in this recovery process. Investing in those who are eligible for the working family credit is certainly worth it. Who has said it's not worth it? It's worth it because we had a unanimous vote. It's worth it. It's worth it. Don't vote for things that you want us to spend money on that you're not willing to pay for. Please.
Further discussion on the 825 amendment as amended. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and I will ask one more time for your green vote on the A25 amendment as amended with the working family credit. And I do want to be really clear with the members of the body and with anybody who's listening that this does indeed raise revenue. It raises revenue from the very fortunate Minnesotans, about 35,000 individuals or families who are making more than $250,000 a year on their investments, on their trusts, on their estates. They're doing well. That's a lucky thing for them. But for the 315,000 or more Minnesotans who are working, making less than $50,000 a year, mostly with children, who have been hit hard by this pandemic, I think it is a fair trade-off to ask those at the very top, doing the very best, 35,000 families or individuals, to chip in a little bit more so that we can help working families across the state of Minnesota. It's not too much to ask to do that. And as Senator Nelson has reminded us many times, this is a bill for the people of Minnesota, and if we have the resources in Minnesota, which we do, I think we should use them to support those who are working very hard to support our economy, to support their families. They need the help. This is the way to do that. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Members, we're on the A25 amendment as amended. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. Call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bingham votes aye.
Bingham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson B. votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 36 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on the bill, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A27 amendment.
Senator Rosen offers the A27 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rosen moves to amend House File Number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 27, line 12, strike. This is the A27 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The budget reserve currently is $2.377 billion. So this amendment, the A27, would increase the amount that the budget reserve must be before a surplus is reported in a forecast. The current level is at the amount of the reserve from 2016. So with this amendment, in a future forecast, MMB must increase the budget reserve back to this $2.377 billion before a surplus can be reported. I'd like to thank Senator Bach and Senator Cohen and Senator Skoye for their forethinking and foresight in this and creating this budget reserve balance and the sweep of 33%. That was excellent, and we have seen how important this is to our budget, and we've talked quite a bit about it on the floor already. And if you can go back to our May projection, just last May of a minus $1.6 billion budget, that's a deficit. That was pretty serious and mind-blowing. So to balance the FY 2020 and 21 budget agreement that was made from the 2019 session, $491.4 million will be removed from the reserve, and this is current law, on July 1st of this summer, 2021. So I think this is really important to make sure that we capture any extra money from the November forecast. Our monthly revenue collections are up $563 million, but that cannot be used on building a budget. So we must align our estimates with the next November forecast. And I want to make sure that we capture that and replace that 491. If the forecast revenues do not establish a positive balance in November, this provision will have no effect. So members, Mr. President, members, we need to look forward. We need to do the prudent thing just like our colleagues did, Senator Bach and Senator Cohen. And we need to continue and maintain a really healthy budget reserve. The current level should be updated. Actually, it should be $2.478 billion based on February 2022 forecast and the recent budget reserve amount. But this amendment only brings it up to 2.377, which is the current amount that we have to date. With that, I ask for your support, and Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A27 amendment. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. We regard this as an important adjustment and appreciate actually kind of technical in nature as well, and we urge its support, and thank you to Senator Rosen for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I rise in support of the A27 amendment. It is a good government amendment. It is a responsible thing to do, and I would urge a green vote.
Any further discussion on the A27 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on House File 991 as amended. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A39 amendment, sir.
Senator Klein offers the A39 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Klein moves to amend House File number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 16 after line 14 insert. This is the A39 amendment.
To the A39, Senator Klein.
Roll call requested, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call will be granted. Senator Klein.
The A39 amendment, Mr. President, increases a tax on passive income on investments above $250,000 a year of 0.4%. And I offer the A40 amendment.
Senator Klein offers the A40 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Klein moves to amend the Klein amendment to House File number 991 as follows, page 1 after line 23 insert. This is the A40 amendment.
To the A40 amendment to the amendment, Senator Klein.
I request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call will be granted. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, the A40 amendment is the Governor Walz's plan to provide tax relief to our lowest income workers in Minnesota by expanding the first tier category of income tax. It costs $95.5 million and will provide immediate relief to over 1 million Minnesotans who are in the lowest bracket of tax income each year. As a typical example, a family of married filing jointly who currently earns $39,810 a year. They are the upper limit of qualifying for that bracket. That would now expand to families that earn up to $42,800 a year. Not very wealthy families, but families who can sure benefit from that extra $35, $50, or $100 in their pockets at the end of the year as tax relief. When I looked at the tax bill overall after we passed it through committee this year, Mr. President, it was clear to me that we did very well, as we should, for small businesses in Minnesota with relief for them and for people who had received unemployment insurance this last year. We did very well for commercial and industrial property taxes. But if you were a working person in this state who earned a paycheck, this bill was silent to your needs and to the experience that you had in this last year. And the A40 attempts to address that by providing tax relief to our lowest income workers. And I ask for a green vote.
Any discussion on the A40 amendment? Senator Bach.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. A lot has been said about the budget surplus and how much the next budget's going to be, and the need for raising taxes. Remember, Senator Friends indicated that our $1.6 billion reserve would keep the state running about 22 days. I have kind of another way to look at it. A $1.6 billion reserve or surplus, when you compare it to the previous biennium's budget, the biennium that we're in, is about a 3.35 increase in the state budget. With the current money we have in surplus, we spend that, roll that into the next 2-year budget, the state budget's going to go up by about 3.35%. Now, I think most Minnesota households would be happy if they were able to spend 3.35% more than in the biennium before. But when you roll in the federal money that's coming, the $2.6 billion, and members, this is really important because I do think we can put a good budget together for our state without raising taxes. When you take the $1.6 billion that we have, you add on the $2.6 billion of federal money that's coming to Minnesota, that is a 8.78% increase in the state budget over the next 2 years. That isn't bad. You know, it doesn't satisfy everybody's wants, But I do think an 8.78% increase in the budget for the next biennium will take care of what most Minnesotans need. So members, I just would encourage people to be cautious about the tax increases. I'm happy that Senator Rosen was able to get the budget reserve amendment on so that we get that rebuilt, because there will be a recession coming. And it doesn't take much of a dip in GDP to have a significant multi-billion-dollar impact on the state budget. I've seen it over and over in my years here. So I just think, members, there is enough money to put a very good budget together for this state. So I would appreciate we reject the idea of increasing taxes in a very, very difficult year like it's been for Minnesotans.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Klein yield?
Senator Klein will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Klein. I'm just reviewing your A40 amendment here, a couple pages, and it appears that while you're actually increasing the income taxes on the third tier, so you're decreasing on the first tier and increasing income taxes on the third, is that the what the A40 does? That's what it looks like, Senator Klein.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Nelson, no, that is not the case. There are no changes in tax rates within this amendment. The income parameters that fall into the category of Tier 1 would expand, and by proportional amount, the income parameters that would fall into Tier 3 would shrink.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And another question for Senator Klein.
Yield.
Is there a tax increase generated by the A40 amendment? I'm not talking about the A39, the underlying bridge amendment. I'm speaking to the A40.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Nelson, you have more experience with taxes than I do, and I'll defer to your wisdom on this matter, but my understanding as I reviewed the amendment is that it does not. There is no tax increase independently associated with the A40 amendment.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Klein, if you could explain what you're doing with the third tier in your bill.
Senator Klein.
Again, so the income parameters that define the first tier grow, expanding from a certain income cap to a higher one, and the third tier shrinks by a proportional amount to balance out the population.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Klein. So it looks like you're moving people out of the third tier and bumping them up to the fourth tier where they pay a higher income tax rate, and you are reducing the first tier. So first I would say that I am cautious about such an amendment on the Senate floor without full knowledge of how many Minnesotans it does affect and the cost thereof. The fact that you have amended the A40 onto the A39, which is a revenue increaser, is a little bit difficult to see here the A40 in and of itself. Would the A40 in and of itself put our bill out of balance?
Senator Klein.
Thank you. So a couple of ways to respond to that, Mr. President and Senator Nelson. First of all, the first portion of that person in the third tier's income, that which passes through the first tier, would obviously be decreased, and so that would not be, that would be offset. In the governor's analysis of his own proposal, which is this encapsulated in the A40, taxpayers with income over the third tier threshold will not see a change. Is his report on that. And with that, I defer to Senator Rest for her experience as well on this question.
Senator Rest.
Well, Mr. President and Senator Klein, Senator Nelson in particular, I'm not going to ask him to yield, but this is exactly the same mechanism, the same approach with regard to giving tax relief to those in the first tier without that benefit being transferred to those with much higher incomes that Senator Chamberlain did so successfully 2 years ago, I believe, in bringing tax relief that was highly touted by all of us, Republicans and Democrats alike, as a way of bringing relief to those lower income, first tier folks without having asking them to share that relief with people who were much better off, relatively speaking. So it's a matter of looking at where the brackets are, where the rates are. No benefit from the first tier relief should go to anyone else if the focus is on those lower income Minnesota taxpayers. So I certainly confess that I get confused by some of the numbers and how they're placed on the page, but this is exactly that mechanism. It was very successful, and we that particular part of that tax bill, I think we all supported. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. And we've had some good tax discussion on the floor here in this amendment. But I will be asking members to vote no on the A40 amendment. This certainly is a worthy discussion that we need to have, but we truly do need to have it with all of our fiscal analysts and the information in front of us. At this point, it does appear that there will be some tax relief for some, but higher taxes for others. And again, as we've just heard, our surplus is $1.6 billion and our revenue reserve is $2.3 billion. Truly not a time to be increasing taxes on any Minnesotans.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson continues to misconstrue what the language of this amendment does. It's exactly the same language approach that was used by Senator Chamberlain. No increase on higher income folks to give relief. All the relief just goes on the first tier, period. It was brilliant, Senator Chamberlain. You may be surprised to hear me say that, but it was brilliant. It's still brilliant. Offered by Senator Klein. Vote yes.
Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We are getting more information on the A40, and the A40 does fade out the benefit for the third tier, but the A40, as it were standing alone, does not increase tax burdens on any Minnesotans. And with that, members, with that piece of knowledge, I would encourage a green vote on the A40 on Senator Klein's amendment.
All right, members, we're on the A40 amendment to the amendment. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office in 206, please come to the chamber to vote.
Or at least from us. I mean, from the six of us. I don't know who else is doing it. lot of green here. See, this is what you call true bipartisanship.
Call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Matthews votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Friends.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Johnson votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we're back on the A39 amendment as amended. Before we have further discussion on that, pursuant to Rule 12.5, Senator Tomassoni moves that the following members be excused for a conference committee on Senate File 975 at 1 p.m. Senators Tomassoni, Rarick, Goggin, Jasinski, and Clausen. On that motion, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion prevails. We're back on the A39 amendment as amended. Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Once again, we have unanimous agreement in this chamber that giving a little bit of tax relief to workers in the lowest income class is a good idea, expanding the people that are eligible for that low tax rate. And now it comes now to the true vote of how we're going to do that and balance the books in this state. Again, the proposal before the body is that we pay for that with a tax on people who made more than $250,000 a year in investment income only last year, and that they should pay 0.4% on that investment income above $250,000 a year. And so I urge a green vote.
Further discussion on the amendment as amended. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, here we go again, members. We are being asked to increase taxes by about $400 million, $300 million over the next 4 years in this A39 amendment. And again, members, this is at a time where, yes, we have a $1.6 billion surplus. We just realized on the floor today that actually our reserves are $2.3778 billion. Members, it is indefensible. It is indefensible to raise taxes at a time when our state is sitting on these billions of dollars of reserve and surplus, and we have billions coming in from the feds, and Minnesotans are still struggling coming out of what has been one of the worst economic crises, certainly in our lifetimes. And we must be forward thinking. The best way out of any economic crisis is economic growth. It would be, I think, indefensible at this point to saddle Minnesotans with additional tax hikes at a time when we're sitting on billions of dollars of surplus and reserves, and we have billions of dollars coming from the feds. I encourage a red vote.
Members, we're on the A39 amendment as amended. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. Call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Swadzinski votes aye.
Senator Swadzinski votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frantz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Frantz, don't forget to vote. I'll call on Senator Pratt to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Pratt.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Jasinski votes no. Senator Pratt.
One moment, Mr. President.
Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Tomassoni votes no.
Tomassoni votes no. Senator Pratt.
Mr. President, Senator Ingebretson votes no.
Ingebretson votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on House File 991 as amended. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And sitting on Finance Committee, I haven't been on taxes for a number of years now. I do miss it sometimes. But sitting on Finance, we see virtually all the budget bills except the tax bill. And in doing so, we see all the shortages in what's available in all the budgets. Lack of funding for broadband that we could be using this year, E12, early childhood, things like the special education subsidy that we could address. Higher education, our law, state law says we're going to cover 2/3 of the cost of higher education in Minnesota for public education. What are we now, 40%? Students are sinking in debt. Child care, environment, housing. We had a crisis before pandemic. We got a crisis during it that's worse. We got one coming out after it. Mental health, disability services, transportation, zeroing out Metro Transit in the state budget, in these budget things. And every time we look at those budgets, the chairs who are presenting their bills come in and say, well, we did the best we could given the target we have. And Mr. President, those targets are set by the Senate Republicans. Those targets can be changed by the Senate Republicans. And I think it's worth pointing out again that Senator Gazelka is not Charlton Heston, and this isn't the Ten Commandments, and those targets do not come down from on high in tablets of stone. Those are something this body can change. And this bill doesn't set the targets for any of those, but this is the one that underlies our ability to address those targets. And so, Mr. President, I have the A37 amendment at the desk.
Senator Marty offers the A37 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend House File Number 991 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 16, after line 14, insert. This is the A37 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the reason I'm offering this amendment, which is a simple amendment, it would create a fifth tier. It would ask a little bit more for the top end, the wealthiest people in our state, something that I think a lot of them have been willing to pay. 10 years ago or so, I remember both the St. Paul and Minneapolis papers had full-page ads. A lot of people saying, we think you should tax us more. We ought to pay our fair share. And this amendment would do that. And the reason I'm asking for this is because our budgets show our values. Budgets, some have said, are a moral document. They tell what we prioritize. And I could go on about some of the housing problems that we are not addressing this year that we urgently need to do. I'm going to just talk for a minute, though, about the problem of hunger in our state. Some countries don't have problems with hunger. Our country, it's not because of a lack of food. It's clearly not. We've called ourselves the breadbasket of the world some years. We have plenty of food. But in Minnesota, 1 in 12 adults is food insecure, which means they're hungry at times. 1 in 8 children. I don't know if any of you have ever been in this situation, but 1 in 8 of the children in this state, there are times during the year when they may go to bed without food, when they're hungry. And that's not okay. And when Senator Klein had an amendment to lower taxes at the bottom end to help some of these folks, oh, we were all in favor of that, but we weren't really because we didn't want to pay for it. When Senator Murphy, I think it was, had offered the earned income tax credit, we want to help these folks. A little bit of tax bump for those hard-working, low-income folks who don't earn enough to make ends meet. We wanted to help them, and everybody said, it's a good idea, but we don't want to pay for it. But if you're a parent and you're putting kids to bed, you're not going to eat yourself tonight because you don't have enough food for your kids. So you try and give them as much as you can, and you'll do without. You'll make it somehow, not healthy for you. You know how bad it is for their brains, their developing brains. Or you're trying to decide how you're going to pay for your mental health medication or something else. And you choose, well, you don't take the meds because you need the food. This is pretty sad for the wealthiest country and one of the wealthiest states in that country. Say we got 1 out of 8 kids who are going to bed hungry. And so this amendment is not, it's not one saying we should appropriate more money to deal with providing food, something I'd support doing. The Senate, lots of members of the Senate supported Senator Miller's effort to help stock our food shelves and annual food drive. That's a good thing to do. But it's not going to touch 0.1% of these families are doing without. It does help. It really helps, and I want to encourage that. But this amendment's not providing money for food support. It's not providing money for higher education. Boy, we sure need it. But this is the only way when the majority says we got targets, we got to live within our means. A lot easier for those of us on the floor to live within our means than the people who don't have enough money to feed their kids. And they're in every one of our communities. Suburban communities, we got them. Core cities, they've got them. Rural communities. 10 years ago on the Poverty Commission, I remember traveling around every corner of the state. The senator at the time from Senator Weber's district, when he saw some of his constituents, I know that woman's parents. I didn't know she was in this shape. People don't know that, but they're our constituents, they're our neighbors. And they're us, they're part of our state, they're part of who we are. And so this bill, this amendment, it's an easy one for a lot of people to vote against because it's not spending the money. It's simply saying we have the ability to do this, to pay for these things, to pay for higher education, pay for E-12 education, pay for child care. We have the ability to fund housing, not to make everybody rich. You don't do that. And we're not making the wealthy people poor. We're just asking for a little bit more. So when we vote on these things, let's remember, I'm offering it here because it's the only way. If I tried to offer more funding for health care or housing or broadband on the Senate floor, if I tried any of those amendments, they'd be ruled out of order because they don't fall within the targets. But again, those targets did not come down from on high. They were set in this body, and this body can change them. And this amendment shows how we could pay for them. And this is not going to touch 99% of our constituents. It's not going to touch those who are hurting, as Senator Nelson says she's concerned about. People at the top end, I'm not trying to hurt them. Just saying they can pay their fair share. That's all we're asking for. I urge your support and ask for roll call.
Roll call will be granted. Discussion on the A37 amendment. Senator Pappas, followed by Senator Nelson. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support Senator Marty's amendment, and one of the reasons I'm supporting it is because we're just not meeting the need on higher education. Our economy depends on an educated workforce, and instead we have steadily reduced funding for Minnesota State and the University of Minnesota. You know, we have a provision in law that's become rather aspirational that the state would pay 2/3 of the cost of higher education so that students and their families are only paying 1/3. And over the years, that has reversed. So now the state's only paying 33% of the cost of higher education, but students and families are paying 67%. And as a result, tuition has steadily increased to make up for that reduction, and also student debt has skyrocketed. The average debt to obtain a BA is $24,686, and that doesn't even count the debt that's if you're going for a higher degree. And in order to meet these student debt payments, graduates have to delay. They have to delay marriage, they have to delay buying a house, they delay opening a business, they delay starting a family. We need to restore our commitment and fully fund higher education. I urge a green vote for this amendment.
Senator Nelson, followed by Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the A37 amendment. Again, this amendment is increasing tax burdens on Minnesotans at a time when we have substantial reserves, a surplus, and billions coming from the feds. I do want to address one comment, and that is the comment about asking people to pay their fair share. And members, when we are talking about the income tax, Minnesota has one of the most progressive income taxes in our nation. This would make it even more so. Progressive income taxes specifically assign higher rates at people who make more. Our income tax rate is so progressive that about 5% of Minnesotans pay about 33% of our income taxes. So not only do they have more money to pay taxes on, they pay at a much higher rate. Members, this amendment would further increase those income taxes at a time when we do not need to increase taxes, members. As I've said, billions of dollars in reserve and surplus right here in our state coffers, about 8% of our budget in reserve or surpluses, and then billions from the feds. Members, it is not the time for any type of tax increases. I encourage a red vote.
Further discussion on the A37 amendment. Senator Marty. Or I'm sorry, Senator Uyghur.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of the Marty amendment. Now is the time. Seize this opportunity. I speak specifically now for E12, for students. Last week, we passed the E12 omnibus bill. we cited the fact that there is a need for additional resources. And this is from students, from parents, from locally elected school board members, and others. The Republican target of $152 million, yes, it's additional money, but when you factored inflation, it will be cuts. Cuts of $325 million across Minnesota. And this is from nonpartisan persons participating. This is not acceptable. We need to provide resources. There were so many great proposals made, and they're still embodied in the House bill that'll be coming over for the education, and it'll go to conference committee, but we need to have money, resources. The Marty Amendment provides that, and it's fair. Recall again, everyone, we took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution, and I remind you of Article 13, Section 1, General and Uniform System of Schools. That's our duty to develop. It also says provisions by taxation or otherwise to secure a thorough and efficient system of public schools throughout the state. That is our duty. It's our obligation. And it's been stipulated there will be cuts. We need to respond. There's opportunity to provide money with the Marty Amendment for additional formula so districts don't have to go through cuts. There's the opportunity to address special education, the cross-subsidy, $700 million. This would free up additional money in the general fund for school districts, opportunities for all students. We could hire more teachers of color, indigenous teachers. Yes, steps have been made to do some, but we can do much more because we are united in addressing the achievement gap. This is proven to hire, to recruit, train, hire, retain teachers of color, diverse workforce is needed. Voluntary pre-K, so much more can be done. There's 4,000 students that are waiting to have that door opened to get into a high-quality program. Early education works. That's how you close the achievement gap. This is bipartisan, but you need to fund it. There'll be some inspiring words, I believe, tonight by our president about early education. And look to Iowa, go to Florida, go to many other states. Early education, those opportunities. The needs of addressing mental health and wellness are so significant pre-pandemic, and we need to provide additional resources. And I know we talked a great deal about the opportunities, the needs that are out there for more counselors, for more social workers, nurses, psychologists, others to address needs, and teachers. The Governor's Due North plan provides funds to address this. Yes, it's over $700 million. It's an investment, and as the Constitution says, if there's a method and a responsibility through taxation, that's how we do it. That's how we got all-day kindergarten, or we still would be debating it. Thank you, Governor Dayton. Thank you, Senator Clausen, for carrying Senate File 1. So, members, the need for additional resources to fairly fund, to more fully fund our schools is obvious. And the opportunity is now to vote on this amendment. Ask your local school board members and others if this can potentially help education. It absolutely can. There's a great report that was put together by former Commissioner Rickert, Mary Catherine Rickert, talking in depth about fully funding schools, and there was a lot of input. Take a look at that. That's our duty. Or maybe go to a website for information about your local district. www.believeinwemin.com/dashboard. Just look at some of the messages from people and find out true needs that are out there. Thank you, Senator Marty, for offering this amendment. Let's seize the moment, the opportunity. People are asking for us to fully fund our schools. And in order to do it, we need to have the revenue. All students, regardless of zip code, of background, of sexuality, of diversity, wherever they're coming from, they all deserve the same opportunity in our schools. Please vote green.
Further discussion on the A37 amendment, Senator Murphy, followed by Senator Johnson Stewart. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator Marty, for bringing this proposal that, if adopted, would make our tax code more fair, more progressive, which is a goal in and of itself when I think about tax policy. But it also asks those who are doing very well in Minnesota to chip in a little more. For those who may still have needs that have been unmet. And when I think about the tax bill, I do think about the people in Minnesota who are going without, and our obligation to try and meet those needs. And I know we all have a different perspective on that, but that's my orientation. It's about Minnesotans, it's about the people, and doing all that we can do together so they can live the life of their choosing, so that they can thrive. The question has been asked over and over, or maybe it's not a question, but a statement. Now is not the time to raise taxes. And I have, served in public office for many years, and that question is an enduring question. When is the right time to raise taxes? And if I were, I would say I'm not going to put the question to Senator Nelson. When do you believe it is the right time to raise taxes? And instead, I'll answer that question for myself. I think it is the right time for us to raise taxes when there are Minnesotans that are living without shelter because they deserve a safe place to live. I think it is the right time to raise taxes when we know our schools are underfunded and our classrooms are bulging with students, which is the case right now for those who are in-person learning and when they go back to school. And for them to get the very best education, the ratio of student to teacher, teachers of color, full-service community schools are all the things that we know we can do if we have the revenue available to do it. When we have fully completed broadband across the state of Minnesota, then I can say, I think we've raised enough taxes, but we haven't done that. When people, regardless of who they are, whether they're black, brown, white, indigenous, regardless of where they live or what they earn, that they can get the child care that they need so they can go to work and their kids can be cared for safely at home. Or if you have a sick family member, you can care for them and keep your job. I think it's okay to say we don't need to raise taxes anymore when essential workers get the time off that they have so richly deserved. We haven't done that yet. I think we can say we've raised enough taxes when people who are hungry have enough to eat. I think we can say we've raised enough taxes when our young people can go to college in Minnesota and not incur lifelong debt. I think we can say we have raised enough taxes when people who are disabled don't have to spend down into poverty just to keep their health care. When we think about the people of Minnesota and the choices they confront, the work that we do in this body can make their lives easier. So today we're having a discussion about what is the right amount of taxes. I think we have to think about Minnesotans when we answer that question, not our politics, not our ideology, not whatever we think should be in the budget surplus and what's happening with federal dollars. Because we know inside the budget surplus that everybody keeps talking about that there is a very, very narrow ongoing budget surplus. And we know, because we are experts in state policy, that the choices that we make here are making life for Minnesotans harder. And we should be doing everything for them, including this fifth-tier income tax proposal that asks those at the very top to give a little more, so those who continue to struggle in Minnesota can have the life of their choosing. That should be our goal. And when we have reached that point, I think we can safely say we've raised the taxes we need to do the job for the people of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A37 amendment. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Murphy, for an excellent answer to your question, when should we raise taxes? Let me add a few. We should raise our taxes when everybody knows that the sewer pipes flowing under their streets are not failing. When people can flush their toilets and be rest assured that the sewage goes somewhere else and not into their basements. When people can rely on clean drinking water, something we take for granted here in Minnesota. When they can drive to work in a reasonable amount of time, knowing that they're not going to break an axle because they hit a pothole. I could go on, but I think you get the point. Last night, I met with a group of teachers from Hopkins, not exactly inner city, a very, very good public school system, and I frankly asked them why they're staying with teaching. Next year, the Hopkins public school system will be requiring 38 students in their middle school classes and their high school classes. They told me about students who are sitting on the floor in Hopkins. They told me about students who are sitting in the hall and taking turns coming into the classroom in Hopkins. This is a suburb in Hopkins. This is in my district, District 44. I had several special ed teachers there. They talked about having groups of 5 special ed kids integrated into a classroom with 38 and 1 special ed teacher who's running between classrooms because they don't have enough paras. This is in Hopkins. I open up my Wayzata Public Schools homepage. Wayzata Schools project a $9.2 million shortfall. You know, I am new to the Senate. All day I've sat here, and all I'm hearing is we are in a time of scarcity. We don't have enough. We don't have enough. Yet on the other hand, I hear we have money coming from the feds. I find it incredibly ironic that I have heard my colleagues sitting behind me talk all day about all the money coming from the feds. And I think that, that's pretty rich from a group of people who seem to not like taxes. I don't know where the money from the feds is coming from. If it's free money, we hear that the feds can print money, but in fact our children are going to be paying off that debt. There's no such money as free. There's no such thing as free money, and I can't believe that me, a super progressive, left-wing crazy Democrat, has to say that out loud. There is no such thing as free money. And if we're relying on the feds to save our schools and to house our homeless and to feed our hungry, I'm laughing. I find that rich. So let's live into our abundance. Let's live in a state where we have enough money to pay for kids to not have to sit on the floor when they go to class in Hopkins. Let's pay for a state, let's pay money and taxes so that my grandkids at the Wayzata Public Schools can go to pre-K. They can't get in, there's not enough room. Even paying tuition. Let's live in a state where we are as really willing to put up the money to be proud of what we say we're proud of. I'm from Wisconsin. For the last 36 years, I've heard about how great Minnesota is, but we're not willing to pay for what we value. I am not willing to represent a school district that has 38 kids in a middle school class. There's no way I'd step foot in that classroom, and I've been teaching for 26 years. We have to live into our abundance. I am tired of hearing we don't have enough. We have enough. My husband and I are in the top 1%. Did I mention already that I'm a job creator? I am willing to pay more taxes so that my grandkids can go to preschool. I am willing to pay more taxes so that I don't have people camped out in tents along 94 and on my way home to Wayzata. I am willing to pay more taxes so that my grandkids can go to college. We have enough. This is Minnesota, and I am tired of people saying it without putting their money up. We all voted for working family tax credit, but only 31 of us voted to fund it. That is baloney. I'm voting whatever. Thank you.
We have a new button, members, whatever. All right, members, we are on the A37 amendment. Senator Senjum, are you raising your hand? Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak, but I guess I am. Mr. President, members, we heard a lot of things here in the last half hour about the need for more revenue and some of the needs of the state of Minnesota, and I think we all know they exist. But I would only say, Mr. President, members, we have to be balanced in our state. And as you think about, can we tax ourselves to prosperity? Can we tax ourselves to utopia? Maybe we could. I don't know. I don't think we'd ever tax ourselves to utopia, prosperity. But maybe utopia, but then that wouldn't last either, because we have to have taxpayers in this state, frankly, we all know this, to pay those taxes to get us where we want to be. If we just look at the rankings, and you can argue about them if you want to, I won't, Tax Foundation has us rated 46th most highly taxed state in the country. So that must make the other 45 kind of awful. And I say that facetiously because I think we all know that those other 45 states in and of themselves aren't awful places to live. They've got great communities, they've got great cities, they do great things. But we're 46th highest, and we've been about at that rating, I think, ever since I've been in the Senate. But so we've got Connecticut, New York, California, New Jersey ahead of us. Maybe there's some real good places to live. I don't know. Maybe we ought to take a look at those states and see how much better they are. Mr. President, members, I think we're taxed high enough. I think we have to think a little bit about the fact that we not only live in a national economy, but a global economy. And we need people to come here. We need businesses to come here. We need to grow our economy. Frankly, Mr. President, members, we don't get that way by, in my belief, taxing more. We've got to be balanced about this. We've got to think about our competition. And as we do that, I don't think you tax more if you want to be more competitive. We are in a marketplace. We can't forget that. We are in a worldwide marketplace, a national marketplace. We're competing. And we can't compete if, in fact, we tax our socks off. So, Mr. President, members, that's my thoughts for the day. At least I feel pretty strongly about this. We need a great state. We all want a great state. There's no question about it. We all want a great state. It's how we get there. And how we get there, I think, is looking introspectively at our budget, looking at our priorities, and understanding perhaps a little bit better what we want and what we stand for, and budgeting accordingly. So thank you, Mr. President. That's it for the day.
Further discussion on the A37 amendment. Senator Howe, followed by Senator Marty. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to echo some of what Senator Semjen said. And I'm going to actually tell a little bit about a classmate of mine, a good friend of mine who grew up in a struggling household, was an entrepreneur, did extremely well for himself. 3 weeks ago, he called me. He lives, actually, I think he lives in Senator Duckworth's district. But he called me 3 weeks ago and said, I'm done. I said, what do you mean you're done? He said, I sat down with my tax accountant. We went down through my taxes. And he said, my tax accountant asked me, why are you still here? And he said, what do you mean? He said, let me show you. So he ran some other textbooks, some other analysis of other states, what he would pay in other states. And he said, I went home, talked to my wife. We are now Arizona residents. He said, I can buy all of my non-resident hunting and fishing licenses because he hunts and fishes with my family. I can come back as many times as I want. I can fly my entire family down to Arizona and still have plenty of cash left over. So what we are doing by continuing to raise taxes in this state is we're going to continue to export wealth. And that's what you're faced with. And this isn't something I made up. He called me 3 weeks ago while I was standing in my office right in the Minnesota Senate building. So that's reality, folks. Continue to raise taxes and continue to export the wealth out of our state. Numbers might be coming up as far as population, but the wealth of our state doesn't have to stay here, and they are mobile. And that's what's happening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A37 amendment, Senator Marty, followed by Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to comment on a couple of the comments from Senator Nelson and Senator Senjum. First of all, Senator Nelson talks about how our income tax is progressive. I think that's the one tax that is progressive. The rest aren't. You look at the tax incidence study and you find out that the people who pay the highest percentage of their income in state and local taxes are at the bottom end. The bottom 20% of the public pays higher percentage of their taxes, their income into taxes, when you count every kind of excise tax, sales tax, etc. They're paying more than the people at the top end. Yes, the income tax is progressive, but our total tax code, it may be less regressive than other states, but it's not wildly progressive by any means. And Senator Senjum, when you talk about the tax burden between states, when you look at the total state and local burden, things aren't quite the way you make it sound, like we're one of the top ones. We're higher than average. In state and local tax burden, you got to factor the two in together. But to what Senator Senjum and Senator Howe were saying about this, you'd think, I remember many years ago, before the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce was even called the Minnesota Chamber, they used to be called Minnesota Association of Commerce and Industry. And they funded a study, talked about how many jobs we were losing because our tax burden was so high. This is the early 80s or late 70s. They were doing things like running ads saying, oh, will the last business in Minnesota turn out the lights? Because everybody was fleeing the state because of our high tax burden. What was that, 40 years ago? The message hasn't changed. Everybody's fled the state. There's no wealthy people here. No Fortune 500 companies here, even though we're well above average in that. Bottom line is, yeah, taxes matter to people. Even those who have to ask their accountants how they're doing every year. But the bottom line is, Senator Senjum, I don't think any of us are expecting to have a utopia. But maybe it would be nice to have a state where 1 out of 8 kids doesn't have to worry about whether they're going to eat. And if it wasn't for our schools stepping up big time while the schools were closed and trying to provide food, some of the districts actually busing food to the homes of kids who weren't in school anymore because of COVID, because our schools are having to step in and provide food for people. That's not utopia, I know. And I'm not arguing that everybody being fed is utopia, but it does seem to me that we owe ourselves as a society to do better than we're doing. And yes, I'm sure you can find, Senator Howe, somebody who moved to Arizona because of the taxes. I remember a former Republican Party chair moved to Florida a few years ago because he wanted to protest. I think he moved back a couple of years later. Maybe he moved again. I don't know. Bottom line is we're all in this together. And Senator Ann Johnson Stewart has pointed out that there are a lot of people who make a lot of money who are willing to pay more because they know that's how we build a good society. And so, yeah, you can say you found somebody who moved out of state because of it. I've been hearing for 40 years how fast people are leaving the state. Bottom line is we can invest in a good society, and I urge you to support this.
Further discussion on the A37 amendment. Senator Nelson followed. Senator Westrom, are you wanting to speak? Okay, Senator Westrom, then Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, members, Senator Marty, let me give you a little additional insight. You said 40 years ago you heard about people leaving the state, and yet they're not. Senator Marty, your amendment to have now a new fifth income tax bracket in Minnesota, how small do you want to make Breckenridge, Minnesota? How small do you want to make East Grand Forks? How small do you want to make Moorhead, Ortonville? And you can go down the border, Senator Marty. But let me share a little insight with all of you members, and Senator Marty, I hope you'll listen up. Because a few years ago I had the former mayor of Breckenridge in my office, and we were talking about some of the tax breaks that Senator Eakin and myself and Senator Johnson have worked on. Former Senator Langseth helped support when he was in the finance chair's position. But Senator Marty, we have property tax exclusions or property tax programs for the border cities, known as the border cities tax, to help those communities compete with the neighbors across the river in North Dakota. Because that's the only way they can try to keep most of their businesses from moving across the border out of state. And Senator Marty, I hope this sinks in. Members, what the mayor told me, he said back over 50 years ago, the city of Breckenridge was the larger of the two cities, Breckenridge-Wahpeton. They're both on the borders. It's on the western edge of my district. Breckenridge is now less than half the size of Wahpeton, Senator Marty, in 50 years. So, Senator Marty, how small do you want to make our border cities along the Dakota borders? Just how small? Because that's the reality. When the taxes become so out of line, so unfair in Minnesota, people that live close to the border, it's not a big commute to go across the border, build their house, build their business, or have their business stay in Minnesota and they live in Wahpeton or one of the other communities. But Senator Marty, 50 years ago, the mayor told me, Breckenridge was the bigger, booming town. Now we have to give the border cities tax breaks to try to compete and keep those jobs and residents. And today Breckenridge is less than half the size of Wahpeton, unfortunately. That's what we're trying to stop, Senator Marty. Your amendment will exacerbate the problem. Let's keep Minnesotans living in Minnesota. Vote no on this amendment.
Members, I'm just going to remind the body of Section 124, number 2 in Mason's. It states, a member in referring to another member should avoid using the member's name, rather identify that member by district, by seat, as the member who spoke last, or by describing the member in some other manner. I know it's not always easy to do that, but the best we can refrain from calling members out, I think, would be helpful in debate on the floor. Further discussion on the A37 amendment, Senator Nelson, followed by Senator Gazelka. Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we've had quite a discussion on the A37 amendment. Should Minnesota put on a fifth-tier income tax? And do we have enough money? That's what it sounded like the debate was to me. And then we've talked long today about the billions of dollars that we do have sitting in the reserve, the surplus, and coming from the federal government. We know that. Minnesotans know that. We also know we're in strategic economic times, and we know that Minnesota is consistently one of the highest taxed states in the nation, no matter how you slice and dice it, no matter what metric you looked at. This one is looking at the income tax, which is highly progressive already, and adding a fifth-tier income tax would make us an outlier, and that gets to the point of our previous speaker. We must not be an outlier. When our tax rates and our cost of living in the state of Minnesota gets much higher than its surrounding states, it is very easy to leave. I had one of my constituents just call me yesterday. He and his wife, both retired teachers, put their house on the market on Thursday, sold it on Friday, and they are moving to Arizona. And he went through all the reasons why. Sure, the weather's nicer, but the treatment of income tax is one of those great concerns. Members, we cannot be an outlier. The A37 amendment would make us an extreme outlier. That is bad policy. It has short-term vision at best, not long-term success for our state. Members, I strongly encourage a no vote. And if you feel that you haven't paid enough in taxes, or you know people who feel that way, we have many nonprofits and charities. And I would encourage you to increase your contributions this year to those charities and those nonprofits that you feel are addressing the needs that you feel are needed in the best way. So the A37, no. I encourage a no vote. We must not be putting on a fifth-tier income tax, putting our state further as an outlier. That would be a mistake.
Further discussion on the A37 amendment. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just felt like it's worth having an input on this one as well. You heard it say that our taxes are number 46th, so we're in the 5 worst states as far as the most amount of taxes that we take from the individuals, and I think that's important to think about because people can make decisions about what states they live in. And we need a lot of tax reform, frankly, but it's not in the direction that this amendment goes. I don't know if people know that our lowest income tax rate, Minnesota's lowest income tax rate, is higher than about half the state's highest income tax rate. Think about that. The lowest rate we have, about half the states around the country, we would be higher than or lower than their highest one. So so then when we look at the top income tax and think about that one is frankly off the charts. But this narrative continues to go that people that are wealthy don't pay their fair share, and I think that's a mistake, and I want to just address that a little bit. The top 1%, and full disclosure, I'm no longer in the top 1%, but the top 1% have an income of $538,000. $538,000, which is about 1.4 million people around the country. So one thing I wanted to bring up about that is when you ask people on the streets, well, what is somebody that makes $500,000, what should they pay? What is fair share? Because that's the word I hear around here a lot. They need to pay their fair share. So when you ask people on the streets, what is the fair share for somebody to pay that's wealthy, well, they say it's about 20%. They should pay 20% of what they make. That's the fair share. Well, frankly, if you're making $500,000 in Minnesota, you're paying over 50% between federal and state and sales tax and property tax. You're not paying 20%, you're paying 50% of your money. And so I think it's a mistake because we don't bother to tell people that they're already paying way more than what most people think would be a fair share. And what I would say is that for Minnesota and for others is regarding wealth and prosperity and success, we're going to attract what we respect. And if we don't respect those that are wealthy and successful and contributing to Minnesota, and we will drive them away. And I got to tell you, I've talked to a lot of people ever since Governor Dayton had a huge tax increase that just started leaving. And now with this most recent proposal from the governor, from the House, and now this amendment, people are looking more than they've ever looked about going elsewhere. And had I thought about it, I would have had a sheet that we occasionally hand out, not every year, showing all of the Fortune 500 companies in Minnesota and how many have been leaving. And ever since the tax increases under Mark Dayton, that number has gone up a lot. We still have a lot of Fortune 500 companies, but it's down dramatically. And then the other part is those Fortune 500 companies that are here, virtually all of their expansions have been elsewhere. They have not been in Minnesota. So we're losing all of these great job opportunities because of how we're treating them. And so we don't want to go in the wrong direction, members. We need these businesses that are in Minnesota to be successful and prosperous. They end up being very generous in very many ways in Minnesota. And so this is, members, the wrong direction. Please vote no.
Members, we're on the A37 amendment. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Johnson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson, B, votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Senator Jasinski votes no.
Jasinski votes no. Senator Johnson.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni reports a no vote.
Thomasoni votes no. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bigham votes aye.
Bigham votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Dibble votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
McEwen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Putnam votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 27 ayes and 38 nays, the amendment is not adopted. The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 991, a bill for an act relating to financing and operation of state and local government.
Third reading. Pursuant to Rule 12.5, Senator Pratt moves that the following members be excused for a conference committee on Senate File 1098 beginning at 2 p.m. Senators Pratt, Rarick, Housley, Draheim, and Eakin. On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Final discussion on House File 991. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. This has been an awesome discussion. We're talking about the future of Minnesotan people, what we want for them, how we're going to tax them, and I will try to be brief. First of all, just to revisit this issue, Minnesota grew faster than the national average, 7.4% growth over the decade. We've had a lot of talk about how Minnesotans are leaving, and some certainly are, and again, for the retired teacher, good. I hope you have a great retirement. I hope it's warm. But we're also interested in the families that want to move here. Minnesota is a great place to settle down and raise your kids. And how do you know? Because we've got that very growth, and it's based on a number of the things that we've already talked about. Wallet Hub, #2 quality of life in the country. U.S. News and World Report, #2 best state to live in. ACT scores #1 in the country. Don't you think our businesses, when they recruit talent, the first thing they say is our schools are great? I realize the population growth is not equal across the state. That's true in my district and some of the small towns as well. That is not necessarily because of tax policy. Now, Mr. President, to the tax policy itself. We're hearing people talk in this chamber about burden on Minnesotans and tax burdens on Minnesotans. And I want to share with you an exchange I had with a constituent when I was home last weekend. He said, hey, I hear there's a proposal to raise taxes. And I said, yeah. What did you hear? He said, well, I just heard it was going to be a burden on Minnesotans. And I said, who told you that? He said, well, this person whose name I'm not going to say, but an elected official. And I said, oh, well, did they tell you that that tax would apply to a married couple filing jointly only when they made $20,000 a week and only on the amount that they made beyond $20,000 a week? And he said, no, I hadn't heard anything like that. And I'd ask you, members, if we're being honest with the people of Minnesota, for the proposals that talk about the fifth tier, for the proposals that talk about an increase on investment income, do we really want to tell Minnesotans that a proposed tax on a household that makes income on investments above $250,000 a year is a burden on ordinary working men and women of Minnesota? I'd suggest to all of us that as we talk about this and as we listen to our constituents, make sure you mention that part. I also love the discussions of history. I learned a lot from Senator Swedzinski. And just a reminder to the body as we review American history, President Dwight Eisenhower was president from 53 to 61. The top individual tax rate at that time, take a minute, 91%. The reason was it was considered a patriotic duty to pay. Benjamin Franklin said it's against the letter and the spirit of our tax code to avoid paying taxes. And with that, Mr. President, I would say thank you, members. Let's be honest with Minnesotans about what we're talking about here.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Tax Committee members for the great discussion we had in committee. I also want to thank Brian Steinhoff and Madeline Hoy. So we all know Zoom committee meetings. They're an adventure, but they made it work. I want to thank my LA, Tatiana Reed, for all that she does to help me. And then members, I really want to thank our nonpartisan staff, the Tax Committee staff, Nora Pollock, Eric Sylvia, Jay Wilms, and Bjorn Arnson. They tolerated my detailed, in-the-weeds questions with a smile. Their hard work and commitment to Minnesota and the Minnesota Senate helps us all. There are a lot of items in this bill that I support. The K-12 education tax credit modification. No matter where we live or what we look like, we all want our kids to do best, and I think that will help. I support the historic tax credit extension. We have a lot of beautiful, iconic buildings in this state that are part of our history, and I think this will help preserve them and maybe repurpose them. We all know that restaurants and craft brewers have been hard hit by the pandemic, and this bill provides some relief for them. I mentioned earlier that Clearway, Minnesota, was set up after the tobacco settlement in 1998. They have done a great job helping to reduce smoking rates and educate kids about the dangers of smoking. They are sunsetting this year, and this bill provides some additional money to Department of Health to continue that work. I'm on the Housing Committee, and we've had a lot of discussions in that committee about the need for housing, especially affordable housing. The advocates and the bill author continued to work to improve the Minnesota Housing Tax Credit. That's Senate File 1866, by adding some guardrails. That could bring new money into housing developments across the state. We've heard about the 4D tax provisions in the bill in the past. This is a bill that Senator Rest has worked on since she was in the other body. I thank her for all her work on that. I raised concerns about the earlier provisions about the lack of guardrails. The bill provides a property tax reduction, and I had concerns, and the cities had concerns, that those reductions didn't go to maintaining the building or to providing tax relief or lower rents for the people living in that building. The advocates listened. They came up with solutions to mitigate some of the issues, and I look forward to continuing to work with them to address other concerns. We have a housing crisis. Failure is not an option. We have to be focused, thoughtful, and take bold action so that everyone can go home. The bill includes some PPP relief for the businesses that received it. Those PPP loans saved many businesses, and that's the right thing to do. But we also should provide similar relief to those who receive pandemic unemployment assistance. So some sole proprietors or others who didn't have an established banking relationship, or like my constituent, she had a relationship, a 20-year relationship with a well-known bank in the area, but they told her, you have the wrong type of account, so she couldn't get PPP. She got pandemic unemployment assistance instead. She should get that same relief. We should fully conform to those provisions. The bill also allows businesses to make an election so that they can figure out how does this benefit them and choose that benefit. We should also allow working family credit recipients to receive a similar election so they can pick which tax year works best for them. They can pick if their 2019 or 2020 income works best for them and use that on their 2020 taxes. This bill helps some, but it could do better. We must do better. It doesn't conform or help those who lost their homes and are now faced with paying taxes on loan forgiveness. It doesn't conform to special rules on flexible spending accounts, IRAs, or charitable contributions. We are coming out of the pandemic, and some are doing really well. Pandemic millionaires are doing great in this K-shaped recovery, but others have not rebounded as quickly. I keep hearing that we have a surplus, but where is the assistance in this bill for older people, for people with disabilities, people with different abilities? Where is the help for college students, restaurant workers, or store clerks? Where is the help for our essential workers who kept working during that pandemic? We should provide help so that all Minnesotans, no matter where they live or what they look like, can succeed. We are in a worldwide marketplace, and the world is watching. They watched the trial. They didn't hear about the great things in our state. They heard about our disparities. And those disparities might impact what companies and employees decide to come to our state. We have great home ownership rates, education attainment, and employment if you are white. We have some of the highest disparity gaps in home ownership, in education, and unemployment if you are a person of color. Many businesses are stepping up to reduce those disparities. We also need to step up. We have a positive budget balance, but we also have a lot of needs, starting with law enforcement reform and closing those disparities. The tax bill should be part of a global, forward-looking strategic plan to close those disparities, address our needs, and create one Minnesota. One Minnesota where everyone thrives. One Minnesota where, regardless of your race, religion, gender, who you love, or your zip code, you succeed. In one Minnesota where everyone has affordable health care, affordable housing, affordable daycare, fully funded schools, a good job, and feel safe in their communities. We have the opportunity, we have the duty to work together and prepare a budget that lifts up everyone in Minnesota, no matter where you live or what you look like. From Ada to Zumbrota, all Minnesotans should have the opportunity to succeed. I am going to vote no because I believe this bill can get better. I believe it must get better.
Further discussion on, final discussion on House File 991, Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm not ready to vote yes for this bill because a lot of fair tax relief for low incomes are not included. Our micro business, our mom and pop businesses, some provision in this bill are good, but good to those that are in the front lines, whether they're for COVID-19 relief, support, or tax relief. As always, we don't consider much those that are followed, those that are in the middle, or those that are last of the line. And most of the time, when those that are last of the line come about, we always say that the money is gone or the program is over. And the worst part is that there are some that's not even in the middle of the line or not last of the line, and we completely dismiss them. What I'm talking about is the micro businesses, the mom and pop businesses. We missed them in the bulk of COVID-19 relief last year. And I have to scream louder than ever I have to scream louder than ever during special session just to get them a small relief to our mom and pop's operation. Our veterans-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and our culture mall. And now our tax relief bill is here, and we exclude them still. Not only that, we voted down the amendment that were proposed by Senator Dietz earlier. She proposed one-time income tax subtraction for small business relief grants. And this body voted down. A couple of weeks ago, I have a few senators from the other side of the aisles visit my district, and I really appreciate that. And they see the hardworking mom and pop business in my district operation and recognize the recovering slowly, like the sun is rising in the east side again, birds are chirping one by one again. But seeing is one thing, putting words and action in place is another. And I don't see action for the one-time tax relief for small business grant in this bill, along with many other provisions that we missed to give a little edge for low-income community and low-income entrepreneurs. So again, I will not vote for this bill. Thank you very much.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we had a lot of bipartisan votes, a lot of unanimous votes on good policies for Minnesotans. We agreed. Working family tax credits, housing tax credits, reductions for taxes on Social Security for our seniors, child care, unemployment, student loans, special ed. We had unanimous agreement in most of these cases that these are good policies for Minnesotans. What we didn't have was agreement on whether these things are priorities. They aren't in this bill, in this budget, and every opportunity we had to raise taxes even less than 1% on investment income over $250,000, 0.75%, it was shut down. We can agree on important things for Minnesotans, on good policies, but we haven't yet found the courage to ask those doing the very best among us to pay a little bit more so everyone can do better. Teachers all across Minnesota have been getting layoff notices because the budget that we passed here doesn't meet the needs. We have federal money coming to help those who got behind on rent due to COVID. And if you are behind on rent due to COVID, please go to renthelpmn.org to apply for assistance. We do have federal money coming to help those, but it does not meet the ongoing needs of affordable housing all across the state. Minnesotans are relying on us to get the good policies that we agree on, that they deserve, not just our support in voice, but in action. This bill does not do enough to help all Minnesotans build the lives they deserve. We can and we must do better.
Final discussion on House File 991, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to offer a couple of comments of thanks. Senator Nelson inserting in the bill a couple of projects that I think are important. One of them is the historic tax credit. I got involved in this thing, I think about 2011, and I'm not remembering who came to me with it, but anyway, I carried it, and it passed, and lo and behold, a couple of years later, I started getting the results, and little I know at the time that the bill came forward, the University of Minnesota Extension Service was actually going to track the success of this bill, and I will just tell you, and they've continued to track it, Mr. President, over the course of the 10 years, starting in 2011 through 2020, this project, this bill, this initiative has generated $1.9 billion worth of economic activity. Actually more than that, $1.9 billion worth of projects, which amounts to about $3.5 billion worth of economic activity as things ripple. $1.1 billion worth of labor jobs. This goes on and on. For every dollar that we put into this, and we're putting $14 million into it this year, it generates in the neighborhood of about $9.50 of economic activity. So it's just a tremendously great project, I think, in terms of saving historical, certainly structures which are important in a lot of main streets across Minnesota, but moreover the job creation and the economic activity that rolls out of this thing. Been involved in bonding a long time, and that certainly generates a lot of this kind of thing as well. But I think second to bonding, it's this particular initiative that really does generate a lot of jobs and economic activity over the course of time, and has in Minnesota. I'd just also like to just note the 4D project. Affordable housing is something we all care about and want. This 4D initiative is going to, I think, and I thank Senator Nelson for putting in a bill, it's going to initiate, again, more of what we want. And as tax rates goes down, you're going to get more of it, whether it's rehab or whether it's new, but you're going to get more of it. And so thank you, Senator Nelson, from me on both accords relative to each one of these projects. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Bach.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Nelson for including my bill that we passed earlier this session on the payroll protection program. Members, I just want to remind you, it was a long time ago we discussed that, and we really didn't spend any time talking about it today. But Minnesota businesses received what were going to be forgivable loans from the federal government. Over 100,000 loans all across the state to our Main Street businesses, and they were told by their accountants, well, these loans are going to be forgiven and they'll be tax-free from the federal government. No one ever told them that they were going to be subject to state income taxes on it. And so where we find ourselves is these businesses took these loans in good faith, believing they weren't going to be taxed. They made business decisions, kept people employed, kept people on health insurance even during periods of short layoffs. They made business decisions assuming these loans were not going to be taxed. And now, members, if we don't pass this bill and this provision into law this year before we go home, those businesses are going to pay $400 million to the Minnesota Department of Revenue. And I'll tell you what that means, members. That means that $400 million is not going to be available to hire more employees, not going to be available to pay their employees wage increases or improve their benefits or improve their working conditions. Minnesota loses significantly and our main streets lose significantly if we don't pass this provision into law. So Senator Nelson, I just wanted to say thank you for including this provision. I frankly think, I think when we passed my PPP bill earlier this year, there were like 55 votes in this body for it because I think everybody agreed that this was the right thing to do for our Minnesota's job providers. So I just want to remind people of your earlier votes. There's nothing bad in this bill. There is a lot of good stuff in here. And I can tell you, I can't remember a time in all my years here where I voted against a bill because there was something I wanted that wasn't in it. Vote for a bill based on its merits, on what the text is in there, not because something's not included. We would never pass a bill around here if everybody took that position that, well, there's something I would have liked in there, so I'm going to vote no on the entire bill, even though all the provisions in there are good. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. I think Minnesota businesses on our main streets all across this state are going to look on this vote, and they're actually going to care how their members of the legislature voted on it.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier it was said that if you're going to visit with your constituents, be honest with them about this bill, or be honest with them about the tax situation. Well, okay, let's be honest. Earlier, as there were various amendments that were going to raise the taxes on just those individuals that earn over $250,000 of investment income, One of the senators on the floor mentioned what kind of income that was: taxes, dividends, and finally they got to capital gains. So let's be honest, when we go back home and tell our people, well, if you're a retiring business, small business person or retiring farmer, and you sell your assets, what is the bulk of your income, taxable income, going to be? It's going to be capital gains. And so we want to then put a surcharge on what is going to become that individual's retirement plan. That's the honesty of the amendments that were eventually defeated here today. You know, I've lived in a border community all my life. We talk about today the people that the great gains we've had in terms of population. We've kept our 8 congressional seats by 80-some people. Quite frankly, it wouldn't have even been close if we hadn't lost all the people that we've lost in the last decade or more because of Minnesota taxes. The reality of it is, being in a border community, I've seen people go across the border for years. There were 2 Laverne businesses, Laverne Truck Equipment and Laverne Fire Apparatus. You know, they grew from about 60 or 80 people employed to over 250. The problem is that growth all occurred across the border into South Dakota. And why did they move over there? Because of Minnesota taxes. You know, it was acknowledged, oh yeah, some people move, and they were just sort of summarily dismissed. But Senator Bach brought up a good point earlier when he talked about when these people leave our communities. People who have had a substantial job or had a successful business, and then they choose to leave. And quite frankly, the idea that, well, they just wanted warmer weather, I don't buy that. But when we lose these people out of our community, what we are losing are a substantive part of the fabric of our community. Because when we do have a fundraising effort, whether it's at the school or the churches or a community event, who are the first people we go to? It's those people. When we ask for volunteers to help in some charitable event, to help mentor young business people, who are the people we go to? It's those people. And when we chase them out of our communities and out of our state, we now have lost a very important fabric within our community. The reality of it is, my friends, is that I have farmers that if they could move their farmland, I'd have huge holes in my district right now. No, we want to be honest. Let's be totally honest. This tax bill reacted a lot to the pandemic that we have experienced. It's providing assistance to those businesses who employ those people that we always wanted to talk about on the floor today. And that's important, because they are important people within this state. And as we go forward from here, the other things to remember is that this bill also provides an element of assistance to in-home daycare providers, an important element within our daycare picture across the state of Minnesota. In fact, in many of my counties, in-home daycare providers is the only source of daycare that is available. And so I thank Senator Nelson for the work that she has done on this bill. I thank the members of the committee, the Property Tax Subcommittee, as well as the full Tax Committee. It's been indeed an honor and a pleasure to work with you. I urge a green vote, because this bill does make Minnesota better. Thank you.
Final discussion on House File 991, Senator Nelson, followed by Senator Kent. Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, I think I saw Senator Pappas. Are you raising your hand?
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Senator Nelson. I just looked up something online about population growth in Minnesota, so I just wanted to correct a comment that was made earlier, is that in the last 10 years, the population in Minnesota grew by 7.1%. Thank you.
Final discussion on House File 991. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I rise in support of House File 991, the Senate tax bill. I want to thank Senator Nelson and Senator Weber in particular for their work and Senator Bach's good comments in the robust debate. But I want to call particular attention to the property tax credit, 50% for in-home family child care providers. 85% of rural Minnesota, this is what they count on. And in talking to providers and the leadership and the provider organizations, they said that while the federal grants and other grant things were helpful, and they appreciate that, but their eyes lit up. They said, now this is something we can count on. This will really substantially help us to improve the supplies, to have those resources, to do improvements for the children in their daycare program, in their homes. And not only that, it's an ongoing year after year benefit to them that they can count on. And so this is particularly important. What I really appreciated about it, though, was that both Senator Weber and his Property Tax Division and Senator Nelson understand the dynamics. And this is maybe a drier kind of a piece sometimes, but they understand the dynamics of a tax bill and the things that happen that cause an effect. Not only that, they'd be spending this money in their own local communities. Those dollars in their local communities also generate revenue, sales tax revenue, things that they buy. When you leave money in the hands of the taxpayers, it is an economic stimulus. Sometimes you hear about a stimulus when a grant is put there, but even better is when the taxpayer can keep the money in their checkbook and pay for the needs that they have. So, Mr. President, I stand in support of this tax bill, and thank you again very much to Senator Weber, Senator Nelson, and all the members of the Tax Committee and the hard work that they put in. Thank you.
Final discussion on House File 991. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Well, nobody can doubt that we are all passionate about our state and about our constituents, and wanting to make sure that our futures are bright. And I believe the tax bill that we have today recognizes that. It realizes, members, that we have a dual responsibility of making sure that our economy recovers and that we provide the assistance, not the harm, that will allow that to happen. I'm thinking of the quote I so often think of as I sit in the chamber here by Daniel Webster. Let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, promote all its great interests, and see whether we also, in our day and generation, can do something worthy to be remembered. Members, we have lived through quite a challenging year. Our constituents have lived through a challenging year. And I do want to thank all of the tax committee staff. I thanked them earlier, but could not thank them enough for their great help and support as we worked through these challenging times to put forth a tax bill that empowers Minnesotans and encourages economic growth. And I particularly want to thank the tax committee members. You can tell, members, we have an extremely thoughtful committee. Senior members who understand the economy, they understand taxes, and they are so thoughtful in their approach. And I do thank lead Senator Ann Rest. She has been on the tax committee. Well, she was on the tax committee when I came and was on the tax committee, so she's been on a long time, and I thank her for her thoughtful approach. And Vice Chair Miller, you have done an excellent job wielding that gavel digitally while I was presenting bills, and for your leadership on the committee. I thank you for that. And Senator Weber, Your property tax subcommittee has done great work. And I thank you for doing that hard screwdriver work and digging in and figuring out how we can best move forward. So members, the bill that we have before us does provide tax relief, but it does not increase taxes at this challenging time for Minnesotans, for our businesses that are recovering. And it does put us on the path to empowering Minnesotans, to encouraging economic growth. I will not repeat the items that members have already mentioned, but I do want to mention one that I think is so important. Well, maybe two, and I'll stick with one. And that is the affordable housing tax credit. Members, that has been so successful, modeled after the North Dakota model, and many of us live in communities where affordable housing is a real problem. And yet this bill brings in additional resources from the private sector as well, and I do want to thank all who worked to make that happen. And I'm very thankful that we are seeing the continuation of the tobacco prevention and cessation funding. Clearway Minnesota has done a great job. We have seen the smoking rate decrease until recently, until we saw the vaping epidemic. And it is now more important than ever that we retain that funding using those tobacco taxes, a portion of those, for prevention and cessation. So I could go on, but members, I don't want to get in the way of a green vote. Many of you have voted for great portions of this bill before, bipartisan, 55 to 12. We know bills are refined further as they go into conference committee. I ask for a strong green vote today. Vote to empower Minnesotans to increase economic growth. Thank you.
Final discussion on House File 991, Senator Kent, followed by Senator Gazelka. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have had a long, I think, pretty honest debate today. I think it has been a pretty good reflection of where people in this chamber stand on this very important issue. This is the tax bill, part of what we do to pass our budget. But I would say, in alignment with different things we've heard from other members, that the problem with this bill isn't what is in this bill. The problem with this bill is within all the other budget bills we've been seeing and will continue to see. The problem within this bill is that it leads to, in the other bills, gymnastics, shifts, gimmicks, in order to make those bills balance. We've talked about all this surplus money we have, $1.6 billion, of which $260 million is the structural ongoing money. That's 16%. $260 million in a structural surplus is not enough to fund our government for the amount of time that we've got to look forward. And we've also heard about the federal one-time money. Also, going to be a huge help. There's a lot we can do with that at a time when it's badly needed. But in so many areas of what we are charged with funding in this year's budget, it won't work. It won't sustain what we need. A lot of times people will use household budgeting analogies that I find awkward sometimes when you're talking about government budgeting, because it's really not apples and apples. But in this case, I use this one because I think it helps when I'm having these conversations with my constituents. If you think about your family budget, sometimes you get a raise and your income will be going up on a reliable basis month after month in the oncoming years. Sometimes you get an end-of-year bonus, also great, and you can do great things with a good bonus. You know, you can pay for some college education for your kid. You can increase the value of your home if you do a good project and improvement. But you can't take out another bigger loan to do a substantial improvement on your house. You can't take out a new car loan to help you get to and from work and education and errands. It's limited what you can do. And that's a challenge that we see across our government, is that they need that ongoing support. The biggest problem here is that because of the majority party's priorities in this bill, we are not delivering on the priorities of Minnesotans, especially as we are emerging from a historic pandemic. We've had a lot of conversation today about whether or not we should increase taxes on the wealthiest few in Minnesota. I just keep thinking, and we keep hearing echoes of this for 40 to 50 years. What we have heard from Republicans at the local, state, and federal level is that there's pretty much one tool in the tool chest. We always need to cut taxes, and we can't ever raise taxes. But where has this led us over this same time period? Right now, if you look at the facts, we're in a state of dramatic income inequality that has increased over that amount of time. And that is because we have not made the important investments that we need into working families. So I pulled a few statistics out of Pew Research. Currently in the United States, our income inequality is the highest of all the G7 nations. Our income disparities have persisted over that same time period. There's been absolutely no improvement over that time period. In the past 50 years, middle-class incomes have grown at a slower rate than upper-tier incomes. The highest earning 20% of U.S. households have steadily brought in a larger share of the country's total income. And in 2018, the wealthiest 20% made more than half of all U.S. income. And the wealth gap between America's poorest and richest families more than doubled from 1989 to 2016. We've heard some quotes today, some things said today about this bill and about what we're doing, and I want to reflect on them because they definitely caught my attention. That this is a very good budget for this state. That to ask the wealthiest few to pay their fair share would be to seek utopia. And that it is indefensible to ask the wealthiest Minnesotans to pay their fair share. When you think about where we stand right now, and this information was clear in the budget forecast, the effects of this pandemic have been shouldered disproportionately by lower income Minnesotans. They lost the jobs. They lost their income. They struggled with rent and childcare more than others. Women, and particularly women of color, have had to step out of the workforce at an absolutely historic and unprecedented rate, and that may affect their lifelong wealth and security. We have an opportunity in this moment, and we have an obligation in this moment to try to make people whole, to bring people back, and to help us thrive moving forward. We've talked a lot about where we need to be doing more. Education, from early childhood, K-12, higher education, workforce, reskilling, because people are struggling to find work. We've talked a lot about childcare. There were so many job losses, and now that people are getting vaccinated and things are starting to turn around with the pandemic, we're hearing from employers that they're having a hard time finding people. My first thought when I heard that was, wait a minute, maybe that's because we don't have the childcare resources to free people up to go back to work. Housing, transportation, and the disparities that we know hold our whole state back. When you listen to the business communities, they make it very clear. These are the areas that are holding us back. They're dying for more childcare. They're dying for more workforce housing across the state. This bill that we're debating today makes all of that basically off the table in so many ways. Members, I don't know about you, but in my communities, what I'm hearing the most about is our schools and our kids and the fact that layoff notices have gone out. And I know that's true around the state. This is at a time when we know our kids have struggled. Learning has been challenged and disrupted in many ways. Just the nature of this pandemic and the way it has affected our families and their schools and our lives in general The mental health challenges for our kids are huge. And what we know about education is that 80% of those budgets go to paying staff. And one-time money will not take care of that because our schools need consistency. So members, I can't in good conscience vote for a bill that not only does not solve the problems of the cuts, the increased class sizes, the cuts to important educational programs, the lack of ability to support our kids and through mental health professionals and additional educational supports, knowing that with this budget, it only gets worse. Members, we can do better. Minnesotans expect us to do better. I encourage members to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Final discussion on House File 991. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think it was a really good discussion. I think Senator Nelson and all of the Tax Committee did a great job on this. I saw her fingerprints all over this bill, as well as the rest of the Tax Committee, Senator Bach, Senator Rest. We had just Senator Weber. I saw a lot of things in there of people working together, which is really important. It's really important that we get this right, members. That's why, as we talk about this, the economics of making bad tax decisions makes a big difference for Minnesota. So we start off with the fact that we're about 46th in the worst tax states in the country. So not very many states tax more than Minnesota. And so that's a good benchmark to say, okay, you can't say that we're not collecting a lot of taxes. We are. So then we have to look at some of the other issues then about how we make Minnesota better. What are we spending our money on? And is what we're spending getting the benefits that we want? And that's the questions that we ask regularly. But it's not going back to the well again to increase taxes. And, then let me just say that's probably the number one thing about this bill that I think is really important is we're not raising taxes at the end of a pandemic on anyone. And I heard the story from the good senator from District 19, Mr. President, and he talked about the fact that talking to a neighbor about who we were going to tax, he said, they make $20,000 a week. Don't you think they should pay more taxes? And the answer apparently from that neighbor was, yeah, of course they should. But I wonder if you'd ask that same neighbor, hey, do you know they already pay 50% of what they make in taxes? 50%? Do you think they should pay more? I'm pretty sure that same neighbor would have said, no, I don't think so. I think they are paying more than their fair share. But it's important that we get this right because we are now entering into a new age where we're going to have a lot more remote workers. We have discovered that you can do a lot remotely, and so now you literally have executives that are going to be hired by companies in Minnesota and around the country, and guess what? They now have a choice where they can actually be remote from a different state than Minnesota. And so we really need to think about how are we doing what we're doing, and what does it attract to Minnesota, and what does it drive away from Minnesota? And that's really important. The other thing I want to talk about, because this is a debate that we will continue to have, and I'm thankful that this body voted down, if you make investment income above $250,000, we're going to tax that more. Most people don't realize that that's a lot of middle-class income people that frankly had one piece of property that they nourished and built up and remodeled. It could be like a fourplex. And they took care of it. Now suddenly they get to sell it at the end of their life or end of their career, and one time their income boosts up to a much higher income because of the sale of that property. It wasn't like it's every year. This is a lot of just middle income class folks that are trying to create an extra pot of money, and now's not the time to take that from them, and that one time that they actually have an opportunity to take some extra cash out of it. And so I think it was wise for us not to do that. And then finally, I want to highlight one of the things that we all agreed on that I really do believe needs to get done. We have set the tone here in the Senate that we want to conform with what the federal government did and not tax the Paycheck Protection Program money. I think that's really important. I did hear from Senator Dietzich, why not tax the unemployment insurance, COVID benefits, all of them? I think that's worth a conversation in conference committee. I thought she made a good point there. But members, this is a good bill. It just simply says we're not going to raise more taxes on anybody, but there's a lot of provision in here that are really good. Thank you, Tax Committee, for your work.
Members, we're on final passage of House File 991. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, President's office, and room 206, please come to the chamber to vote.
Yeah.
They changed. They have streets. One desk and two chairs. He's bad. He's really bad. I'm going to get it. What do you think of it? Yeah, there's no film under the chair. I haven't even looked at
I'll call on Senator Johnson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes yes.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Osmick votes aye.
Osmick votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Matthews votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Jasinski votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Johnson.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Pratt votes aye. Senator Johnson.
And Senator Housley votes aye.
Housley votes aye. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report an aye vote.
He just walked in. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bingham votes no.
Bingham votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Dibble votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator McEwen votes no.
McEwen votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Putnam votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 39 ayes and 26 nays. The bill is passed and it's titled agreed to. Next, we'll move to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Senator Eaton all day, Senator Isaacson from 12:15 to 12:30 p.m. Members, I know there are a few announcements of Senate interest. There are two that I want to start out with. The first one is most important. I had a couple conversations over the last couple days with Senator Champion. As you might remember, there was somewhat of a tense interaction between the two of us earlier this week, and while we still have different interpretations on legislative procedures and rules, he did mention that he was in somewhat of an uncomfortable and embarrassing situation, and as I told him, if there was anything that I did to put him in that situation, I certainly apologize for that, and that was certainly not intended by me or anyone else. Less important, but still important, tomorrow we have a very large bill, large in the way of number of pages. So please bring your computers tomorrow to session. There will be limited copies of the bill in paper form just because there are so many pages, I believe over 900 pages. Almost 1,000 pages. So please bring your computers tomorrow for the bills that are up. And then further announcements of Senate interest, I have Senator Rest and Senator Kiffmeyer. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess 4.5, 5 years ago, we started the planning process for the Minnesota Senate building. The architectural firm, international in its renown, that we chose was Picard Chilton. I had a number, as well as Senator Bach and some others, just great conversations with him about the relationship of that building to this building. And for those of you that get into things like design, I would think the gentlewoman from Minnetonka does, we talked a lot about the golden ratio and the communication between that building and this building. And then 3 years ago, I was approached by the author of a book that was, whose name was Michael Crosby, because he was writing a book about Picard Chilton. And he wanted to talk to me about our experience here. And I was happy to do so. We had a couple of 3-hour conversations over a couple of months, and he was very gracious to include some of my comments in this bill, in this book. And I, with your indulgence, would just like to read a little bit of the letter that John Picard, who's one of my favorites, and William Chilton, and Anthony Marchese, who is the third partner in the firm. Dear Senator Rest, we're delighted to share with you this advanced copy of The Art of Collaboration. He goes on to say, when we committed to the book in the fall of 2018, we did not fully appreciate the meaning it would come to have for us in terms of defining our firm and our practice. Mike Crosby's inquisitive manner that gave rise to each essay forced us to truly think about ourselves as architects and how we can carry this philosophy forward. This introspection further highlighted how much we appreciate and value collaborating with clients like you who consistently bring the passion and vision to create innovative, sustainable, and enduring works of architecture. We are deeply appreciative to have had the unique opportunity to work with you on this landmark project. And we're in the chapter that's called, and I think that's so appropriate for today and what we are trying to do here in building our budget. and it's called Building Consensus. And I'll just read one short paragraph from that. And if you want to see the book, there's wonderful photos in it. As a way of maybe sometimes rethinking who we are as members of this body, our responsibilities to the people of Minnesota, our responsibilities of stewards of this building and of the one across the street. Every design project results from the give and take of ideas. Think about the tax bill right now. Ultimately, the architecture reflects the ideas of the many individuals involved in its creation, with ideas often entwined in ways that make the result greater than their sum. The product is consensus, the outcome of collaboration. When do you know that you have a good collaborator in a client? How does architecture become greater than the sum of the architect, the client, and others whose lives will be affected by this work of architecture? You can substitute the word tax bill with architecture. How is the goal of consensus reflected in the architecture? How does it express itself in the finished design? And it would seem to me that those questions are the challenge to us as we go forward in finalizing this budget. So happy to share the comments and the writing of Michael Crosby, and to share with you my great admiration for John Picard. I have one of the earliest design that he sent to me, showing the relationship of that building to this building, in homage to the grand design of Cass Gilbert 115 years ago. So I hope you will see me and enjoy looking at this book and share my pride with what we were able to accomplish. Thank you, Mr. President.
Without objection, Senator Clausen will be also excused from today's session from 1 p.m. to 2:50 p.m. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Well, I have some good news. Ralph is grinding the wheat today. I've got the freezer, raspberries out of the freezer from our last year crop, making jam sometime this evening when I get home. The butter, Senator Westrom, is softening for the cinnamon honey butter. And yes, tomorrow it will be here, fresh bread, jam, and cinnamon honey butter. And also, thank you so much to the Senate Secretary, Mr. Ludeman, who helped me devise a plan to safely serve and wear your masks and such other things. So we have things ready for you. Also, just doing the Senate this year. We can't quite manage the House under these circumstances, but I will take care of our Senate. And for the pages, for the Senate staff and the sergeants, there'll be a room off to the left side in the Secretary's office that will take care of you, and then we will have our senators in the retiring room as usual. So very excited that I get to do this this year. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Kiffmeyer put smiles on everyone's faces, just as Senator Rest did earlier today on her comments about the Iron Range. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well done, Senator Kiffmeyer. Can't wait. But, Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Thursday, April 29th at 10:30 a.m.
Senator Gazelka moves that the Senate do now adjourn until Thursday, April 29th at 10:30 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Senate is adjourned.